Good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. At this time, if you could all stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, is there any public comment? It'll be the little red button at the bottom of the microphone.
Let me grab my reading glasses here real quick. I forgot I need these. I'm going to read my statement completely. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Clay Hendricks. I'm a Churchill County resident, a member of the Nevada State Bar, and I was an applicant for the county manager position. I am here today as a wrongfully rejected candidate who has spent years promoting transparency, due process, and fair public governance through litigation. Before applying, I did my due diligence by seeking direction from individuals I trust and whom you know intimately. Now I must ask a direct question. Is this a legitimate and open recruitment, or is there already a preferred candidate? Initially, I was assured the process was open and competitive. Based on that assurance, I applied in good faith. I've served this community for 8 years on the Churchill County School Board, including as board president. During my tenure, I helped lead 2 superintendent searches, at least one alongside Commissioner Matt Hyde. Those searches were public, rigorous, and transparent. We scrutinized every candidate equally and welcomed public input. In fact, during our second search, an internal Churchill County School District applicant was ultimately not selected, not because of a lack of dedication, but because the board felt the individual was not yet ready to fulfill the full responsibilities of the role. It was a difficult and uncomfortable decision, but it was made in the spirit of fairness and integrity. That's how principled hiring works. That same individual now serves as the Churchill County School District Superintendent. In stark contrast, I was recently informed by a county employee who fears retaliation that the current county manager took steps to block applications, including mine, from advancing to the interview stage. I was told that the county manager did not want my application to compete with the assistant county manager's application. If this is true, it is manipulative and calculated effort to control the outcome of the process and silence legitimate competition. Let me be clear. I have no personal relationship with anyone working in the county offices outside of the commissioners themselves. I am not socially tied to the staff. The person who came forward did so entirely on their own. I did not solicit the information. The fact that the county employee would contact me, someone unconnected socially or professionally, underscores the seriousness of their concern. Under Nevada law, as a whistleblower, this person is entitled to protection and non-disclosure. Let me find out where I'm at. This board has an obligation to protect their identity and must strictly prohibit the county manager or assistant county manager from taking any action to discover that person's identity. There are others with concerns, but I have refrained from contacting them due to potential impact on their employment. Even more troubling is the makeup of their review panel. Just 3 individuals, the city mayor, the county manager, and one other person. One of the interview candidates listed the mayor as a reference, the same mayor serving on the panel. Meanwhile, the assistant county manager is a final interview candidate and is supported by the county manager, his direct supervisor, and one of the review panel members. In other words, both interviewees are individuals favored by the review panel before the process even began. How is this impartial? How is this transparent to other applicants, including myself? And this is not about me. I have submitted public record requests to both Churchill County and the city of Fallon, requested screening documents, scores, communications, including text messages and emails from both officials and personal devices. This includes deleted content of all devices. The county has an obligation to preserve this information, even though such a vital policy appears to be absent from the county code. As a lawyer, I can say with confidence, procedural and substantive due process was ignored to achieve an ulterior purpose. I know what fair hiring practices look like, and this wasn't it. If the commission proceeds without fully investigating these concerns, I will conduct my own investigation and review the county manager's and the assistant county manager's actions, including the extent to which they may have colluded to influence the process in favor of the assistant county manager or other applicants, which is not fair to anybody. The county manager's involvement in this process must be thoroughly scrutinized. If these allegations are true, this is favoritism. It's serious breach of public trust at the highest level. What message does this send to the Churchill County governance? You're hearing this only because I have the legal knowledge and skill to expose the flawed process. The average applicant does not have those resources, knowledge, or time to challenge the county manager's seriously defective hiring process. Clearly, the county manager did not research my background before taking action to favor a preferred candidate. Even the job application itself was defective. It lacked basic customary requirements for leadership positions such as structured instructions and sealed letters of recommendations. It appears the only legitimate way forward is the current county manager to resign or recuse himself from the process and for the county to appoint an independent investigator. Unfortunately, this recruitment process must be reopened and restarted, grounded in transparency, accountability, and public trust. Unless, of course, the commission is prepared to extend an offer subject to the resolution of this challenge. Please enter this statement into the public record. I will submit a written version as well. Thank you for your time and your duty to protect the public trust in Churchill County.
Thank you for your public comment, Mr. Hendricks. Is there any other public comment?
I got my statement right here and my public document request.
You can go ahead and give it to Crystal. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to verification on the posting of the agenda, please.
Crystal Machado, for the record, the agenda was posted on the 29th of May between the hours of 1 and 5 at all the locations listed on the agenda in accordance with statutes.
Thank you, Crystal. Can I get an approval of this agenda as submitted?
Mr. Chair, I move for approval of the agenda as submitted.
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, motion carries. Move on to appointment 6A, consideration of possible action, introductory comments from the district attorney's office regarding the interview process for the Churchill County manager. Joe?
Mr. Chairman, I'd
Go
like
ahead.
to interrupt, please. Due to the public comments, I'd like to see if the county attorney would, do they have any comments considering the public comment before we move forward with this process?
Sure, I'll answer both of those. Obviously, this is a public process. It is a process that has been adopted by this commission. Obviously, there will always be candidates who were ultimately not selected through the process who have an opinion on whether they should or should not have been. I have had the opportunity to review all of the candidates that were submitted, as well as to review the process. This is a standard process carried throughout the state. I do not have any concern about the legitimacy of this particular process. As you can see, we have a number of candidates here for your selection. There are 4 very highly qualified candidates. We're very fortunate to have each of them here. I do not believe there's any bias or, I guess, due process concerns within our process that would make any decision you make today ineffectual. If that answers your question, I'll just move forward.
As long as the county attorney doesn't have any issues or future litigation that could cause us concern or liability issues, that's the main thing. It's been stated in public, so we must address it, I would think.
And I have no problem with that. I'm not going to say we will have a public records request. We will happily comply with all of the public records requests as they are presented, and we will take whatever action is necessary in the event that there is some form of litigation filed.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to do a quick introduction to the process today. For those of you who are either part of the public or watching online, may not have watched our previous meetings where we discussed what the process was going to look like. There are 4 candidates here. We have scheduled 75 minutes to an hour and a half for interviews for each of them. The order was randomly selected, so we will be starting with Peter Jankowski, then Leif Steinbaugh, then Chris Bross, and then Jennifer Savage. Also during this process, we have a written assessment portion for some in-depth questions that hopefully will have some insight into the ability of the candidates to go more into depth on any particular issue. Those will be done in this morning and then presented to the commission at lunch and for your consideration after the deliberation stage. I want to go over a couple of basic information related to an interview. We have prepared a list of standardized questions to ensure fairness and consistency across all of the candidates. While you are allowed to ask non-prepared follow-up questions, they should directly address material presented by the applicant and be answerable in a concise and direct manner. This ensures that the same questions are asked to each candidate and there's no potential liability-inducing questions that are asked. So for example, if we considered myself and we said, you say that you were the Chief Civil Deputy District Attorney and you represent elected officials at various boards, you could ask, does that include representing the Churchill County Board of County Commissioners? Simple, it's answered with a yes or no or something like that. We would ask that you wouldn't ask something like, what do you see as common legal issues facing the county? That's a completely separate question. It wouldn't be fair to other candidates. Please focus on job-relevant qualifications such as leadership, budget, management, knowledge of county operations. Don't consider non-work-related intangibles such as age, race, gender, marital status, appearance, religion, or anything of that nature. In that vein, please don't ask personal questions. They tend to lead to those types of answers and can create issues. It's recommended that there's no particular favoritism or bias shown during the interviews and that you wait until the deliberation stage before expressing any particular opinion about any candidate. Each of the interviews has 14 questions. I'm just going to go over some of that so that we don't have to do it every single interview time. There are 14 questions. Each candidate is reminded to base their answers based on that time limit of 90 minutes for each interview. We expect the questions to be answerable within about 75 minutes with 15 minutes of time for questions from applicants. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions or comments from board or staff?
Mr. Chairman, Jim Barbie for the record. Just per the conversation that I had with you a couple of days ago and prior to this meeting, so no one's surprised, I'll be stepping out before you get started, and we'll return 3:15. I have a couple of meetings today and don't really see the need for me to be in the room.
There you go. Okay, thanks for letting us know. Any other questions or comments from board or staff? Okay, if not, we'll go ahead and move to our first time, which is going to be 8:15. This is going to be Peter Janowski. Morning. Wherever you want, wherever you're most comfortable at. So if you could just introduce yourself for us.
Sure. My name's Pete Jankowski. I'm originally from New Hampshire. If you can't tell, I speak fast sometimes, so slow me down. Keep it in so you can understand what I'm saying. And I'm excited to be here and interested to meet with you folks.
Okay, thank you. We'll jump right in. I have the first question. So if you could tell us about yourself and the experience you had that makes you the best fit for Churchill County at this time.
Well, we got an hour and a half, so let's see. No, after I got out of the Navy, I went to the University of New Hampshire, and from that point, I've been involved in local government. I was always interested in local government, my hometown. I was on the planning board, the budget committee. I was a selectman, which is an old term for counselors. I was a state representative, and while I was there, we used to talk to our town attorney all the time as a selectman, and encouraged me to go to law schools. I went to law school just because he would always have an answer. Not always the right answer, but they would always have an answer. And I'm pointing at the attorneys because I've dealt with them my whole life. So that's one of the reasons I went to law school. And since then, I've been town or city manager since 1997, from communities as small as 1,304 to as large as almost 23,000 people. And in New England, counties do very little. I don't know if you know that. So local municipalities do everything, whether it's from the assessor, board of health, tax collecting, personnel, everything you folks do, parks and rec, the whole thing. We don't have the county sheriff. They do a few things, and they run the nursing home, and they have the jail and stuff like that. But otherwise, it's all done at the municipal level. So my experience is pretty broad in doing all those aspects, from libraries, museums, to everything. So there's oversight.
A follow-up question to that, what goals would you set for yourself in your first year as county manager, and would you work towards achieving them? And how
If
would
I
you
miss
work?
parts of the question, let me know.
Yeah, or
Because
just-
it's-
yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's that seat and this seat, very different. You know, when I come to a community, county, first 30, 60 days is just trying to figure out the county itself, because everyone is a little different, they all work. I always say the town clerk is a town clerk is a town clerk. I guess you call them recorders here. But they all have their nuances, their differences, right? So part of what I do is learn the staff, right? Find out what they do, how they do it, what their strengths, what they like to do. Same with commissioners or counselors, right? Everyone's a little bit different. I figure what they're interested in, what they want to know about, what happens, how do I work with them. For me, it's communications with my council. I think that's very important. I've been in situations before where communications was not that good. So for me, I always want to figure out how the best way to communicate with both my commissioners and my department heads, to be honest with you. I don't know enough about, you can go on the internet and do your research on Churchill and you can county, and you can read on the newspapers and stuff, but I won't have a good idea what is looking forward for Churchill until the commissioners tell me, and to be honest with the stakeholders in the community. Usually within the first couple of weeks, a lot of stakeholders in the community will come and see you and give you their 2 cents on, or direction of what things need to be looked at, like you had this morning, right? A variety of different things. So it takes a little bit of time to understand that. So county has a number of communities, even though I believe Fallon's the largest one, and that, you know, your relationship with the city and all that sort of stuff. So for me, it's, you take the first 60 days, try to figure out what's going on, pick up on projects. Some experience I have, like I've overseen court rehab and jail rehab. I know that's a project that's going on in the county. I've overseen some of those, but there's a lot of projects I don't know what's happening here. So it takes a moment, and it's good to bring in, it gives me a fresh set of eyes to see how things are working. So that's where I take. And I tend to ramble a bit, so shut me down if I'm going too far.
No
Okay?
problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, thank you for being here. I'm
Thank you.
Commissioner Blakey, and I'll be asking question number 2, and it relates to leadership, impact, and achievements. What are your 2 of your most significant professional accomplishments in your recent leadership roles?
Well, one of the accomplishments I always take pride in, when I first went to the town of Athol, they had a water and sewer that was 422,000 running in the red. And I'm an attorney. My father was a shoe cutter. I know nothing about water and sewer. But when I took over that position, one of the pressing issues was to get that back in line. So for me, it was just, and I'm not an engineer or anything like that. So for me, it was to understand the system, right? How our water and sewer system worked in that community and how to bring it into the black. So I met with my unions. We're heavily unionized in Massachusetts. Talked to the guys who actually run the plant. I actually engaged a peer engineering firm, actually 2 of them, take a look at our plants, how they work, what changes we can make. And then working with folks who in the community that have knowledge on the sewer system. And through our discussions and recommendations I made to the Board of Selectmen at the time was how to change those operations. Working with the unions, I had to change my operational people down there, had to change a little bit of my operations itself, looked at raising some rates that hadn't been raised in 10 years, a variety of different things. And so for my job is to bring those options to the commission or to the Board of Selectmen at the time, and they said, let's do this, let's do this, let's do that. And in 2.5 years, I had that operation back in black. So you want to take the time and understand how things work, and it varies from time to time. Regarding leadership, Commission's going to be the visionaries, right? You have your goals and objectives. I was a former elected years ago, right? We all take that position because we think we want to know how we want the community to go, the county, whatever. My job is to implement those visions, what you folks want, right? Where you want to go, that's my job. And to make sure staff is following it that way, right? So part of my leadership is, I communicate, I'm an open door, I like manage by walking about. These are all kind of key terms I know. And I speak fast, so I'm not going to need an hour and a half. But just to work with staff and make sure we're going in that direction, how folks want to do it. I empower people. I'm not here to micromanage. That's not my job, right? Are there times when the manager needs to step in and make sure things are going down that precise path? Absolutely. But my job is to help my department heads. And to be honest with you, when I was in Dudley, I was a town administrator, a little bit different in New England, but I had 6 different elected officials, right? So I had to work with those offices. How do I make sure those offices, even though they're separately elected with their own staffs, how can we make sure they're getting their jobs done, and what can the county do to work with them and what have you? So that's part of what I do, is to make sure those type of things, and make sure you lead by example.
I think you have a follow-up question there. How did these outcomes improve your organization or the community?
I think it's always a learning experience. You're always learning to see how things are happening. So for me, is if the commission gives a certain direction and my goal is to get to point B, how we're going to get there. So you take a look at the different options and areas to do that. Listen to staff, because they have, right now, the department heads will have a much better sense of me of how Churchill County is running. So for me, those outcomes is to try to implement them to do that. Kind of a vague answer, I'm sorry. So
do you have a specific example of how it improved the community?
Well, when I was in Cave Creek, for example, we had an issue where we had one access point, and whether it was planning questions, building questions, tax questions, just questions for my commission, whatever, it was all getting jammed up. So we try to figure out a different way to provide better customer service to folks. And one of the folks said, we could have, and like they did, 25 years ago, have a different counter in a different building for like building and stuff. So that's what we did. I thought it was a good idea. So looking at how we changed our operations, it took a little bit for, computer network and all that sort of stuff. And I noticed you're doing some of that now in the county, because you've moved to a couple different buildings and what have you, different offices in the building. But, so you listen, does it make sense? And can we afford to do it? That sort of stuff. So other outcomes I've done is software updates. I know people don't like that, but you have to look at how many man-hours are being spent doing something, and can we improve it by technology?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Commissioner Hyde, and I will have the third question,
I would have guessed.
and it's fiscal management and innovation. Please describe your experience with developing and managing complex municipal budgets, even in tough financial times.
When you first come into a community, you're going to have the budgets already in place, right? So I don't think you just go to zero base starting, right? Because if it's up and running and functioning, I think you look at incremental change. I think you take a look at what's working and what's not, and you'll get that feedback input from both staff and commission. I've always done a consensus budget, which means I'll sit down and go through budgets by line item with my department heads. I try to understand what they need and what their operations are, how things function. Right? And when you come to the capital portion of it, you want to make sure everyone understands why we're buying 2 police cars or a fire truck and not park equipment or whatever it is, so everyone's on the same page with that. So when the budget comes to the commission, after we've had workshops and whatever, everyone's under the understanding why we're choosing this. But for me, it's just I've never had a budget go in the red. I've been through 2 economic downturns, and I've sat down with folks and said, if we need to do a 5% or 10% cut, or do I need to change some type of operations, or is there a service I need to adjust or what have you, on recommendations, I'll sit down and go through that. So it's very situational, that type of thing, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know if you run a food pantry here and social services, they take a lot of funding to do that. So are we going to balance it off with doing something with police? Are we looking at grants, like Fast Cops or what have you? So a variety of different things. But for me, it's just, like I said, the first 30, 60 days, part of that is just sitting down, going with the town finance director or accountant, going through the budget, going through the numbers. That's probably a third of the job, right? Making sure. Every week I get the updates and go through it. Are we on our projections? Some things are one-time expenditures, some things are not, so you got to pace them out. But you have to understand what services are being provided and their costs.
Thank you. I've got a follow-up for that. What financial strategies or tools have you successfully used to increase efficiency, ensure sustainability, or adapt to economic fluctuations?
I think sometimes you strip down budgets. Like I said, zero base. I don't think you do it for the whole county, but there might be a department or a section. You want to start, restart. If it's looking like it's going out of hand, I can't tell what those numbers are here for this particular, because it's going to be different from New England or Arizona and other places I've been, or even in Las Vegas when I was down there. So you have to be willing to use those financial tools, whatever they are at the time, to analyze that operation. Does it make sense? I don't think you can just come and say, okay, I'm going to reset the whole $31 million budget. That doesn't make sense. It's too hard to do. So, and you have to rely on the folks you're working with to make sense of what's going on, and then take those steps. And from when I say take those steps, and make it sound like me, you always bring those options to the commission, right? When I was elected, I always want to be kept in the know, give my options, right? So my job is to present those options to you. These are the changes I want to make, whether it's staffing or operations or services or whatever it is, right? We work as a team, right? It's how I see it. It doesn't work otherwise, not really well, at least. Okay.
Thank you.
It's always fun being first, let me tell you. Thank you.
I have the next question. How would you describe your leadership philosophy, particularly in working with a board and/or commission?
Well, like I just said, you work as a team, right? So for me, it's communication. So in the first 30, 60 days, and you just build over that over time. Obviously, is get an understanding of commissioners, get an understanding of my staff, right? What's important, what we need to do, what your goal and objectives are. I try to go back and look at some of the candidate profiles when you ran, and who's in, I know you were a farmer, or you're being a farmer. So, you'll learn what the interests are in a variety of different things, right? So for me, it's just having that personal relationship with the commissioners, and I call them commissioners and councilors. Same with staff. You understand how they're doing their jobs and what they need to do. So for me, it's communications is key. Am I hitting the question? I'm not sure. I forgot what the question was, to be honest with you.
I can repeat it for you. How would you describe your leadership philosophy, particularly in working with board and/or commission?
Like I said, I'm not here to micromanage. I think, you pay your department heads well, right? They're the subject matter experts. I'm going to rely on them. I've been doing this a long time, so I have some pretty strong understandings of how operations work, whether it's police, fire, public works, a variety of different things. So it's not like my learning curve is sharp here. It's but I do rely on them how to do that. So me, to make sure I'm including them in the process of why we're making these decisions or operational changes or whatever it is. I'm not here I don't think you come in and make changes, day 2. That's stupid, right? You want to give it some time. You want to figure out how things are working, how to do that. So for my leadership is to understand what's going on and then present options, right? And make sure that my staff is invested in the process, because they're the ones that live with it. I don't do any of the frontline stuff, like folks don't do the frontline stuff. So you want to make sure the folks who are doing all the frontline work, and they understand why we're doing it and the purpose, and try to get to that point, whatever it may be.
A follow-up to that question, share an example of a conflict or difference in direction with a member of the board or commission. How did you navigate that situation?
Diplomatically. So for me, it's always, it's going back to law school a little bit, right? Define the problem, define the issue, define the concern, right? And that's what I do, right? Understand what the commissioner is looking for, why they want it that way. Is it possible? You know, because sometimes you have folks come in from the outside and they don't always understand how government works locally, you know, whether it's county or town. And you want to make sure they understand how that works, maybe whether it's procurement or a policy issue or what have you. But for me, it's, you know, understand what that is, and I talk to staff. Is that something we can do or can't do, right? If it's a policy thing, it's obviously more easy to do, right? Because that's changing policy. But if it's an operational or procedural thing, whether regarding state laws or regulations or whatever. So for me to understand it, make sure I can explain it back to the commission. I mean, my job is not to be the yes man. It never has been. My job is to give you my frank understanding of, from my experience, that's why you hire a manager, right? Does this make sense? Does it not make sense, or whatever? Or can we do this, or we can't do this? So that's part of what I do. So when I've had those, I don't want to say conflicts, but I've had those differences of opinion with commissioners. I say, this is what, I mean, I may vote for, believe path A is the best, but if you think it's path C, we're going down path C. Huh? I'm going to explain the pros and cons of it from my understanding and from what staff's understanding, so we're all fully aware. But that's the way we go. You guys are the elected representatives, and we march as you give direction, right? But I want you fully informed. When I was a selectman, I always want to be fully informed, because if it goes sideways, or things don't work out, or we get a different outcome, then at least we understand why it happened that way. Right? We know what the risks are.
Okay, thank you.
You doing okay? Do you need a water or anything?
No, I'm good right now.
Okay.
If I pass out, please. Yeah.
Okay. I have question number 5, leadership style. How would you describe your management style working with multiple departments with different objectives?
I don't know about the different objectives, maybe different functions, but we move as a county in one direction, right? And that's what we're here to do. If there's a difference of opinion, different objectives, the county manager, his job or her job is to bring them in line, right? You folks set the direction, and that's the way we go, and I make sure the department heads go that way. So my leadership is pretty much hands-on. Like I said before, I walk about. I think it's important to go to the different buildings and different operations and talk to different staff there and support them and get an understanding how they do that. I find they appreciate that, and you get a better relationship with those folks. So for me, it's managed by walking about. It's impersonal. I mean, we get buried in emails today, which is not always helpful, right? So I think if there's issues or concerns going on or directions to be done, I'd rather do it face-to-face and have that discussion with people. You know, we're not talking about, you know, thousands and thousands of employees here, right? So I think it's easy enough to do that in smaller communities and smaller. And that's how I kind of do things. I have an open door. I mean, other than having discussion with legal or discussion with personnel, right? My door is always open. Sometimes commissioners will come in, they'll want to close the door, talk with them, fine, but people can come talk to me all the time. I like the chain of command, so I really just being part of the Navy, you know, they teach you go through that rank. So I think if a rank and file folks come in, they want to talk to me, fine, my door's open. I always ask them, have you talked to your supervisor, your department, or whatever? Because I don't want those people to be surprised, because I don't like being surprised. But I'll talk to anybody about anything. I have citizens come in, I talk to them at Walmart and at the grocery store. You know, my wife waves as she goes by as I'm having those discussions with folks. But for me, leadership is accessibility, be part of the community, you know, and it's a 24/7 job. It's not like 9 to 5, you go home and it's over, you know, it's all the time. So for me, it's just being able to be accessible to folks and listen to what they have to say and what they need, and is it something the county can do? Because a lot of times people will come and want the county to do something that's not within our authority, that's all. Or I send with commissioners, because sometimes they want to talk commissioners. I want to make sure you folks are accessible, because that's part of your gig too. Yeah.
Thank you.
I will say this, I'm not a corporate guy. A lot of guys are corporate. I'm not. I'm more of a community guy. From a small town, you talk to folks at the town dump or whatever, and I tend to work that way because it worked best for me through the years, and I think it's the best way to do it.
Okay, moving on to question 6, recruitment and leadership. Northern Nevada is a growing area, and the competition for recruiting qualified individuals is stiff. What challenges do you see to recruiting high-quality candidates to the county, and how do you propose to continue acquiring top-quality talent?
Well, people will say salary, but at least in my experience, it's not always been that way, right? Looking at folks at different times in their career, right? Different positions, right? So sometimes the benefit aspect or time off, if you're looking at, senior managers and stuff, they're usually paid well. That's not going to really recruit people, right? So you want to make sure that at least on your benefit side or time off side and a variety of fringes like that are important, because if you're looking for senior managers, that's what they're kind of looking for, right? Because you want to bring that in. And you want to make sure you're reaching out, I mean, for this position, you guys were on the ICMA, that's where you found me, but you want to, depending on the positions, you want to reach that pool as best you can get. Sometimes you use headhunters and recruiters. My wife is a recruiter. She hates it when I use that term. However, it depends on the position, So for me, you want to make sure you're doing a fair, livable wage, right? I can't tell you what that is up here, but, it's something you learn fairly quickly. And then your benefits in line. And a lot of folks come into government, they want, for example, when I was in Florida, they were talking about taking away the pension, right? It's a huge, huge issue in government employees, right? In the private sector, it's all 401s and 407s and stuff like that. But in the public sector, that's a huge recruiting tool. You take that away, you lose a lot of good candidates, especially if you got people vested in the system, because they want to build on that, right? And sometimes it's portable or not. That's more of a state rule and regulation. But that's how I look at it.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up to that is, as a small community, sometimes the only reward for a job well done is more work to do.
Yeah.
This concentrates job responsibilities and institutional knowledge in a few critical employees. How do you propose to mitigate staff burnout and ensure critical knowledge is maintained across the next decade?
The short answer is cross-training. Like I said in Ethel, one of the things I forgot to mention before was, we cross-trained employees, right? So you want to make sure you have a fallback system on whatever those critical operations are. Part of being a good town manager, I think, is to understand your employees, right? And being a good department is understanding your employees. So when I was in, I believe it was Dudley or Ethel, I can't remember now, I had a building inspector who was going for his MPA. And he was a great building inspector, but he didn't want to be a building inspector for his whole life. So when he got his MPA, he wanted to be a planner. So we created an assistant planner position for him. And so he could go into that role, develop into that role. So how do I mature and bring staff, right? Part of that recruitment is make sure that there's some room and growth for those folks to go up. So for me, it's looking at knowing your staff, how can I help them and let them do a better job. I do think cross-training, understanding key groups like that. In Massachusetts, when I did that, I had to negotiate through the collective bargaining because sometimes things are job-specific. And you make certain adjustments within the CBA, collective bargaining agreement, but that's how I do that.
Thank you.
Am I going too fast or too slow, or am I?
Right on par, you're good. No problem. Looking back on your career, what is one significant situation you would have approached differently if given the chance? Specifically, what did you learn, and how has that experience shaped your leadership today?
I think I've taken a couple of positions I probably shouldn't have, that they didn't best sit for me, right? And most recently, that's probably Surfside, Florida, right? Interesting community, interesting place, probably wasn't the best fit for me, especially when that commission came in, so many people had left. The town attorney was, no disrespect to the town attorney, they were giving instructions to staff and what have you. It wasn't the best, and that was kind of their history. So, and I'm not used to that type of operation, to be honest with you. I'm more of a traditionalist in that aspect. So I've learned from that and previous, find a place that I think I'm a good fit, that will make sense for me. As much as this is an interview with me, it's my interview with you folks too, because am I going to be able to fit and work here, right? And you don't know that from these brief interviews and from the history you watch. So for me, it's that is something. I know it's not so much job related, but to be honest with it, this is far more important. You want to have someone who's going to fit and work. I've hired people who didn't really have understanding and knowledge of something, but they would fit in there, and you can always train and teach, right? No one's born knowing any of this, right? So other than maybe the engineer, right, or in accounting, right, you can train and mentor people and coach them up. And that's what you try to do. That's one of the things on the personnel question you asked before. You want to make sure you have a good system to coach and mentor people up through the system, right? So for me, that's kind of what I'm looking at.
Thank you.
Question number 8. The topic will be intergovernmental and collaborative problem solving. Tell us about your experience working with independently elected officials or outside government entities. Provide a specific example of a complex or controversial issue where collaboration led to a successful resolution.
Well, I think the easiest regionalization is key in New England, right? A lot of communities work together. So we had like I said, it's all not really county, it's focused on communities, and a lot of communities have their own dispatch center, right? Which is expensive, both equipment-wise, people-wise, and whatever. We started and go to the managers' meetings, right? I don't know if they have that here in New England, but in New England we have it all the time if they have it here. And one of the things were, how do we save costs, make things more efficient, and not have a lot of locals? So part of the discussion was, let's put together a regional dispatch, a PSAP, right? The state at the time was giving a lot of funds for that, but it's difficult to do because no one wants to give up control and authority. It's very hard to do. So, but myself and a guy named Rick Kukowski, who was the manager next door, and Webster, and we agreed to try to get a third town in town of Orange and try to put a dispatch center together. So we got some sample operational documents, and we were looking through it, and we brought it to our respective boards, and they gave us an okay. And we sat down, putting together a regional dispatch, which we did, which both had one dispatch director instead of 2, in time 3. We had a governing board, which we put the electeds on, no disrespect, but they always want to have say, so we had a governing board for policy, but then I had an operational board, which really sat the police chiefs and the fire chiefs, because they're the ones that really work together, right? It's not so much the managers. So we put that together, we save money, and we had save operations, and we improve efficiency. In New England, you could have Tom Layton Road, 3 different towns in 3 different directions, and it gets very confusing if ambulance and fire trucks are crossing communities. So we had to do some road adjustments, name adjustments, and we gave some subsidies to people when they had to change their address and stuff like that, right? Because that takes a moment at a time. But those type of things. At the same time, I've shared both animal control services, both officers, staff, and facilities, right? So I think regionalization is key. I think it helps a lot to do that. I think it's important to reach out to your neighbors and agencies to do that. And that dispatch, we had to work with the state, and you have to get certified, and you have to finances and a variety of different things. I don't know if I'm hitting your question, but those are the type of projects I think make sense to do. If you can share services and make things work better, more efficiently, and save funding, even though saving funding is not number one, it's better efficiency, I think you do that. Yeah.
Okay, question 9, community engagement and visibility. How do you view the county manager's role in the border community?
Understand the manager's role in a border community? I've not had that question before. And I'm
Broader, sorry.
From a what?
Broader community. Let me repeat it. How do you view the county manager's role in a broader community?
I don't know. I'm sure I don't understand the question, other than we respond to the manager, whether it's someone from here or Stillwater, I guess, or Fallon Station. I mean, my job is to provide the services for the county throughout, to all our memberships, right, throughout the whole county. Right? I know Fallon's the county seat, and it's the largest community in the county, but as you folks serve, I serve folks in all of those areas and communities. So, is that the question I'm looking for? I mean, I don't differentiate between whether someone's from here or there, or what, I don't care about politics, and I don't care about race or any of that kind of stuff. So, I mean, my job is to serve the citizenry of the whole county, so, and, it's very diverse, right? So, we try to provide those services however we can. I mean, in Arizona, with Native Americans, we provided some services to tribal bands, and I know there's some of that here, but otherwise, I mean, I don't see there's anything to differentiate. If I understand the question right, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think these couple follow-up questions will help.
Okay.
In what ways do you engage residents and ensure their voices are included in the decision-making process?
I think it's, like I said, I talk to people at Walmart, the town dump, and, CVS, whatever. So there are always process. In New England, habits of having committees, right? So when I was in Dudley and Ethel, I had 14, 15 different committees all the time, right? A lot of citizen active involvement, which I think is healthy. So in Las Vegas, you can't do that. So we had neighborhood outreach, right? So we'd sit up and go talk to the Kiwanis, or go talk to Rotary, or just go to the local Baptist church and whoever was, and make sure we're open, and to have folks. In Massachusetts, having coffee with the councilors or coffee with the manager is very key, right? People would come and talk to you about their issues or their concerns, because not everyone can come here. Everyone's working, right? They can't come to your meetings and what have you. So you make yourself available and accessible. So, and that's what I do. I think this has been a very large county that I would hope from time to time that you folks would have an off out of Fallon in another community. You have be accessible, so they could come talk, folks could come talk to you or to the manager. I mean, that would be something I would do. You go, I keep saying Stillwater because I see it on the map. I think it's a ghost town, right, or something like that. But I think, once a month or once a quarter that you would have some type of access out there, if you don't do that already. I mean, a variety of different things, so. So I think accessibility is open. My kids are 20, so everything's by email, right? But my generation, it's more people to people. So, but make sure I'm accessible both ways. Right?
Thank you. How would you balance the diverse needs of our community with the limitations of budget and available resources?
Oh, that's your job. So my job is to give you the options, and you guys say, we're going to go A, B, or C. So, I mean, that's part of your job up there. So, I always found it easy to make sure that people understand why we're doing or the choices we're making we made, right? So they understand that, why we're funding this and not that, and what's usually through the CIP, the Capital Improvement Program, for doing large projects, where it is in the schedule and how we're going to try to fund it and what have you. Last few years has been a little easier with ARPA, American Rescue money, right? It would speed up a lot of projects. So for me, it's always explaining why we're doing things, and so people understand. And then if we change, they can come talk to you, why are we changing this? Why aren't we doing this, or what have you? But that's the way I think it works best.
Thank you.
I have question 10, which is about crisis management. Please describe a time when you led your organization through a crisis.
I'm lucky I haven't had any major crises. You guys have more fires out here than we used to. We used to have nor'easters all the time, so a lot of times people would lose electricity. So we would set up warming stations, all right? It's cooling stations in the summer. You find it, Las Vegas and whatever, but back home it was more in the winter time. So we'd always make sure that, the fire stations were open, that we had, if we had to bring in a catering, but that was sometimes hard, that we could have our own kitchens to make food and stuff and, showers and what have you. So the idea is you adapt to what's happening, right? Ridgeworth, emergency management, we'd have our own little war rooms and stuff like that. And New England, if we had needed FEMA, you make sure FEMA was involved, but most of the time we did a lot of it ourselves. I remember in both in Dudley and in one of my other communities, we had the rolling, had all the mattresses, had the cots, all the blankets. We had that we would share with between communities and stuff like that. So the idea is preparedness, right? We used to do a lot of tabletop exercises, right? If nor'easters, like major ice and snowstorms. I don't know what you call them out here. So, so we'd go through that practice and we go through that situational awareness. So we used to do tabletops a couple times a year. River floodings, if we had, we would lose a lot of lowlands and stuff like that. So for me, it's just, I'd been through some of the trainings and I figured like the 101 and its numbers, it's been so many years since I've done that. But for us, it's just preparedness and make sure that the fire and emergency EMS, fire and EMS together, and police are all on the same page, and including make sure public works are on that, and we go through those exercises. So when those type of events happen, you're not scrambling. You have a plan to follow. No, you're going with. In New England, you used to get a lot of money from the state for those processes, for emergency management and what have you, those trainings and what have you. And make sure you send people to the trainings. It's like you talk about staff, people want to grow, you want to make sure you send them to the different trainings and ICMAs and variety of stuff like that. So they keep interested in the jobs and they expand on their jobs.
Okay, thank you.
Question number 11, economic development. What is your philosophy on the county government's role in the economic development process?
I think it's key. I think it's absolutely key for economic development within the community. And it varies from community to community. I'm from Rolleston. We had one of those old brick building, 3 shoe shops for manufacturing smokestacks, right? Cave Creek was more about, when I was in it, was more about events and festivals. So economic development is a very, very broad term, right? And it's adaptable from community to community, right? So if when I was in Las Vegas, it's very diverse, right? But most communities, you want to make sure you're diversified, but your core industry, you want to, here it's agriculture, from what I can tell, right? A lot of hay, from what I can see. Something called teef, something like that I read about, but a variety of different things. So for me, for economic development is both sustain the existing businesses, right? What can we do to do that? And how can we bring new development in? So when I was in Gray, Maine, we built an industrial park. When I was in Ethel, we did microloan programs, we did awning facade programs, we did some public facilities, but it's all infrastructure, water, sewer, right? New England, we do a lot with processed water. I don't know if we do a lot of that here for manufacturing, so you want to make sure that's different from potable water, right? So I assume agricultural water. So you want to make sure those resources are available, and how can we do that? When I was in Arizona, you had to have a will serve letter. So anytime people were building more homes or bringing a business that required water, they had to have a will serve. So how can we provide that, or how can we, how can we make sure they have that resource to do their, this is not for just retail, this is more manufacturing and stuff like that. But you have to learn what it is in your community and where they want to go. Do they want to stay where they are? You want to diversify, and you adapt to that. So you do that. Again, in Cave Creek, we have a lot of festivals, but one of them we brought in, we created a new one, a home show one. I know it's kind of routine, but we had the bike week, we had Taste of Cave Creek, we had the balloon festival, a lot of stuff, but a lot of the retail businesses who sold furniture and stuff thought they were being left behind on some of that, so we created a new event for them, so they come. So that was that specific for Cave Creek, for that particular business. I don't know enough about Churchill on that, but it's like I said, it's part of what you're learning when you first come here, right? And maybe a new fresh eyes, different set of eyes, we'll see something that makes sense to diversify. And I assume you have to work with the cities on this a little bit, right? I mean, so what can we make? Like I said, in Massachusetts, we had a lot, TIF, tax increment financing was a big program, right? So if you could bring in a manufacturer, they could get a reduction on property taxes, which is a huge thing, and the state provided payroll tax reduction, right, and reimbursement. So you have to look at the available programs from the local and state agencies, right? And how can make those fit in your community, right? So, and when I was in Dudley, we used rural development, right, to increase some of our sewer plant capacity, because we wanted to increase our manufacturing base, and we were at capacity, so we wanted to expand our sewer plant from, I forget the size, we wanted to triple it, but actually we doubled it. But, you know, just because you want to make sure you have that capacity for future growth, future have you. All right.
I'd like to ask a follow-up question to that. What specific offerings or strategies should the county consider to attract new development and industry to the area?
I've done it once where we've actually brought in an outside firm to take a look at what the community had, what was offered. You do a lot, Route 50 I know is the loneliest road, but you have a lot of gas and fast food and retail along that, right? So I don't know if that's what you want to expand. I don't know if you want to expand in agriculture or you want to expand in, I say manufacturing, but a variety of different things. But sometimes bringing a peer engineering, like I said before, bringing a peer group to take a look at it and saying, this would make sense for this community, that we can help you bring this here. I think that's a good thing to do that. I think it's worth sitting down and with your stakeholders in the community and say, what can we do to, what do you think would work best here? I don't know that. That's why you have to rely on folks within the community and outside sources to say what makes sense for Churchill County, you know? I don't know if I'm hitting your question or not. Yeah. Strategy.
What's your objectives to creating new development?
I'm
What
on-
would you do? What would you do if you were our salesman,
Right?
and you had to go make a sell to get someone to come here?
How is affordable housing here? I mean, that's going to be my first question, because if you don't have service people, affordable housing for people to work in the restaurants and work in the casinos and work in whatever, you're going to stifle yourself, right?
So you would start with affordable housing.
I think it's key. I don't know if I would start there, but it's definitely one of the top three things I'm looking at. And I want something long-term. I don't want something that's going to come in, you know, do the initial, a lot of people like housing construction, right? It gives you, 1,500 jobs, but in 18 months they're gone, right? So you want something that's going to provide jobs for the next 15, 20 years. That's why some people like manufacturing. I'm not talking smokestacks all the time, but, whatever it is. So that's what I'm looking for. And I want to be diversified. I mean, if you're so heavy on agriculture and it downturns here, if the cattle industry, Texas blows up or whatever and hurts you folks, I mean, it hurts here, right? So how do I diversify my economy? I don't know enough about it up here, but that's what I'm looking for, all right?
Thank you.
All right.
You nailed it.
I'm not sure about that, but I tend to joke a little bit, I figure.
Okay, question 12, natural resources. Churchill County has large areas of federal land and limited quantities of water. What is your experience dealing with limited natural resources and cooperating with federal partners?
Well, sourcing water has always been an issue, whether it's Nevada or Arizona. So for us, it's how do we do recharge systems? Do we look at, the sewer plant? How do we, recharge some of the waters there? How do we do more conservation for that? Las Vegas, we paid people to get rid of grass and put stone in, right? Because we want those resources. So a variety of different things. I don't know enough, like I said before, from Churchill County, other than water being key. There was a lot of aqueducts here, so I'm not sure. I don't know if water's an issue here or not. To me, it wasn't so much. We look at, I'll go back to New Hampshire, right? Lumber is key, right? It's a big thing, right? People use a clear cut all the time, which is efficient, right? The problem is it takes forever for growth. So we went to selective cut. That's one of the things that we push, right? Because you want some initial growth started. So instead of a 25-year turnaround for hardwoods or a 10-year turnaround for pine, right? We're looking at a 5-year and 15-year, right? So how do we manage that resource, right? Massachusetts, we had a 1,000-acre park, and we would do sections of that over time to both bring in money for that park, but at the same time manage the forest, because we didn't want to have fires. We didn't have forest fires like you do, but still we have fires and what have you. So I think you have to look at your resource and what makes sense here. New England has current use, right? So it's basically a term where, people wouldn't raise the same crops and like crop rotation, kind of same concept, right? So there was a program where folks could get some type of funding, so skip a growing season of this or that or whatever to make it less on the resources for water, I would think would work here. So a variety of different things. So I think you have to know what you have and what you're willing to do.
Thank you.
I'll be honest, I'm not a farmer, so I can't answer all those questions, but I assume you folks have a better sense of that than I do.
Question 13 is about state and federal policymaking. What is your experience working with state and/or federal legislators to benefit your community or organization?
I think it's key. As a former state representative back in my hometown, I've always got to know my state representatives, my federal representatives, especially state and reps and senators, because they'll do a bulk of the legislation through Carson City, right? So make sure they understand what our concerns are. I actually watched one of your episodes here where you went through all the legislative bills and what have you, right? So we've kind of done a little bit of that. I think that's important. On the federal level, I know in Vegas we used to have our congressman up a lot, right? Just because it was Horford, just because he was a controversial character, I'm going to say that, and so good, bad, and different on that. So, but we always want to have close ties with him because the city had a lot going on at the federal level, right? And we had regional offices in the city. So I think it's good to maintain those relationships, keep them informed. In Massachusetts, I'd have ribbon cuttings on stuff, and we'd bring in the state senator or the state rep would come in and be part of that, even though they weren't really part of it because of the recognition and they like that. Politicians like to be included and recognized on that. So, but it helped you. You built that relationship when we wanted something from the state further down the road, or they would speak on our behalf or help us introduce legislation. It was helpful. So I think it's good to have those personal relationships. I know when I was a state rep, I used to go visit my communities. Right? I went every quarter. I was a kid back then, so I had a lot of time, but I'd go every quarter and go meet my boards of selectmen, right? See what I could learn and stuff and what I could do for them and what have you.
A follow-up to that, could you provide an example of a time you were involved in shaping policy?
Most of it's at the state level, right? So some of it I can remember off the top was regarding collective bargaining. I can remember one issue that you could retire in Massachusetts from one town and go to another town, right? And you could get, actually try to claim benefits. And I spoke on behalf of that on changing that. You had to leave the state, right? It's kind of a minutia, but it's expensive, right? Back-end cost of pension and healthcare and stuff is very expensive to a community. So if someone could leave one town and go to another town and collect benefits, that wasn't really fair. If you left the state, that's a different pension system, right? So I spoke on that, a variety of different things. So those type of things. I'm trying to think of off the top. I haven't had it in a while, but the idea is to keep good relations with those folks. So when you do need them, and make sure they're in touch with us. Usually through the chiefs of staffs or district offices, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Question 14. Topic will be vision. What are the most significant challenges you see for Churchill County in the next 5 to 10 years?
I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea. That's, be honest with you, that's, again, part of what you folks, you guys know the goals and direction of where you want to go. And my job is to make sure that my office and staff march in that direction. So for vision, you have in your mind what you want to do with Churchill County, right? My job is to implement that. So leadership and vision are two very different things, right? So on the leadership, I want to make sure the troops are marching in the right direction and that we're trying to achieve the goal that you folks want, you know? So for me, it's just, if I see things in the community, I see things, what's happening, to make sure you're aware of it. But for the vision, I mean, I really rely on people coming and talking to me, where they want to take the county, where it wants to go, and how can I support that? And that's, folks, mostly you, will have where you want to take the county, what it needs to be addressed. And my job is to make sure that we go in that direction, you know? I mean, I'm not blind, so if I see stuff, I think that it makes sense to do this, to do that, or whatever. I keep you folks informed of it, but in the long run, that's, my vision is to make sure that I'm achieving the goals of the commission.
A follow-up to that, the question was, what are the most significant challenges? So this question is, what is your vision
Yeah.
for Churchill County for the next 5 to 10 years?
To overcome those challenges. I mean, you don't joke as much as me. So we're gonna, so,
What are some of the things that you would want to bring to this community and thrive your leadership on?
hopefully stability. I mean, you have good stability now from what I understand, so I want to bring stability here. I think nationally, we have that as a concern, right? Good, bad, or indifferent. So I want to make sure that, you know, people feel comfortable here, that we're stable here, that we know where we want to be and where we want to go, and people understand why we're going that path and how we're doing it, right? And take those actions and those steps to go that way. I don't think these are concrete answers on some of these questions, and like this one is not, right? It's really fit. Is this something that we can do, that we can go down, that I can do down, I can go, and that sort of stuff. So that's how I see it. It's hard to do specific, you know, for Churchill County, unless you live right here now. People from away are going to have a harder time for that, because there's not a lot of bad news about Churchill County, which is a good thing, right? Sometimes you go in communities, you read a lot of bad news, right? Don't have so much of that here. Are you going to have little bumps in the road like everybody? Absolutely, so. Well, and for me, that was a good sign.
Thank you.
Okay, that completes our list of questions. What questions do you have for us?
I
if
got a
any?
couple. Communications is key, right? So how do you folks, as a board or individually, how do you guys communicate with the manager and staff and what have you? And I know there's no right answer to that. I mean, it's more preference.
Go ahead.
For me, it's a lot of phone calls with our county manager, in-person meetings with our county manager, emailing back and forth. It's kind of almost nonstop. I think I talk currently to Jim probably once a day or once every 2 days at least,
Well, that's easy.
as chairman, so we get a lot of different stuff. And so, but that's how I communicate with Jim personally, so.
All right, good.
I think it's key to, if you have a question as a commissioner and you need an answer, I think it's key to have that answer either from the county manager or from the staff that he can direct you to get that answer. So I think it's a two-way communication.
All right.
I feel like, obviously, communication is key, but I'm not one to sit and wonder about a question and try to figure, if I can't figure it out, I'm going to get direction on the direction I need to go
Right.
to figure it out and use my resources.
No, good. I'm not one of those managers that everything has to go through me, right? If you have a question for the finance or public works director, I think it's I think commissioners should be able to talk. If you talk to rank and file, sometimes that gets confusing because they take orders and directions, which is not always helpful. But I think it's commissioners should talk to department heads directly if they need to. They don't always have to go through my office. I think it's nice to make sure I'm informed and keep what's going on. That's the same if commissioner asks me to do some research, I give it to everybody. I just don't give it to one, right? Unless someone says, what's happening on Main Street. I like how you do Maine, like the state of Maine. It's kind of unique. But, it's just, that's just a simple question. But I just want to make sure communications are clear. Because I've been in situations where everything was very formal through the board, only at meetings and stuff, which is a difficult way to run business, especially on a day-to-day aspect, and especially on something so large. So that's all.
Correct communication solves a lot of issues that sometimes blow up unnecessarily. Communication here at the county needs great improvement.
All right. Okay. That's good. My second is, I know you have projects. The only one I know about is a court renovation, which is something I've done before and I've seen. So I'm just curious what major, other than just the normal road, replacement, resurfacing. Do you have a lot of projects going on?
I'd say that we have a lot of projects going on. The courthouse, as you know, is probably the biggest one, but each department has kind of its own little request for a new project they're looking at or wanting to do.
Right. You maintain a CIP list of some sort, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we have a list of it all, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's included on there, so. Any add up on that?
We have a priority list, or at least I think we do. And our budget constraints, stops us a lot of times. So we have to determine what's most important.
Right.
Sometimes we get grants that are only specific for certain things. So that's an avenue that we take sometimes. But
you
we
use
always are trying to improve the infrastructure. We don't want to over-improve the infrastructure. We want to make sure we're meeting the needs of the community.
Right.
But we don't want to do too much. So we try to take, since I've been here, we're trying to take slow steps to make sure we're going in the right direction.
Did you use American Rescue for operations and more for capital? Do you know?
That'd be a Miles question.
Could you repeat that?
Well, staffing or programs, because when American Rescue goes away in 2026, how do you fund that? So in my other communities, anytime we had American Rescue funds, it was only for capital projects. Things that were like one-time expenditures, because you don't rely on a funding source that's not there. Like when we talk about budgets and finance before, if you're going to fund something, you want to make sure you have a long-term funding source for that. I was just curious if that's something you guys, if the county is looking at. Okay.
He's talking about our ARPA funds and how we
Yeah,
have to use
exactly.
them. Yeah, we call them ARPA, so I
Okay.
think that's why they were confused.
Okay. It's American Rescue, yeah.
Yes, we've utilized ARPA funds for a couple different projects in Churchill County, and they're always, like you stated, they're one-time funds. We don't use that to fund anything.
I didn't want to see the financial strain come on the county, that's all.
I would just add to that, if we have those funds, you have to be careful with how much it costs to manage what we do moving forward, because those funds are gone. So that's in our mind always. What's this going to cost future support? So.
Yeah. Not everyone did that, but that's my point I was trying to make. Thank you. I think those, I don't know what my time is, but there you go. There you go.
No more questions for us?
No, I think,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you for taking the time to meet with us. We'll be making our decision soon, and we'll reach out to you once the decision's been made. Thanks again.
Appreciate it, thank you. Where am I supposed to go now? Before the attorney.
Okay, our next one is going to be Leaf Steinbaugh at 9:45, so that leaves us about a 30-minute break here. So I guess we'll reconvene at 9:45.
Okay.
Okay, it is 9:45. We'll go ahead and resume this meeting. Our next applicant is Leif Steinbaugh. If you could introduce yourself with a quick introduction.
Hi, good morning. My name is Leif Steinbaugh, and I am a resident of Churchill County here for the last 15 years or so. Came to the county via the Navy, was stationed here 4 times, and then retired and made the decision to remain a resident in the county.
Okay, thank you. I'm Commissioner Ghetto. I have your first question. Tell us about yourself and the experience you had that makes you the best fit for Churchill County at this time.
So once again, I was in the Navy for 30 years, rose to the rank of captain. I held multiple commands while I was in the Navy, both an operational squadron and then also command of Naval Air Station Fallon. I was in that role from 2013 to 2016. Learned a lot of different things about leadership, managing organizations, financial management, that sort of thing in the Navy. And I would say that the commanding officer position at Naval Air Station Fallon is fairly equivalent to a county manager position in the amount of experience that you get. And the way I say that is because of the budget requirements there, environmental, NEPA requirements, managing very diverse departments that have different functions that may be geographically diverse and that don't necessarily report directly to you. So I had about 1,000 folks that worked for me directly, and then supporting a population of around 3,000 folks on the base itself. Since then, I have committed or continued to provide service to the community for a very short period as a deputy sheriff, and for the last 3 years as a member of the Fallon Churchill Fire Department. So to me, community service is very, very important, and it's a value that I take very seriously and strive to endeavor to live up to expectations there. So I'm very much invested in the community here, and I view this county manager position as, once again, providing service to the community and to the county itself.
A follow-up to that, what goals would you set for yourself in the first year as county manager, and how would you work towards achieving those goals?
So the goals that I would set are basically getting an idea of the organization itself, the processes that it goes through, the process that the county managers are involved in, and then making those processes as efficient as possible. I also view any leadership position as an enabler. So you're there to enable the folks that work for you to get their jobs done. So the goal obviously is that everybody have everything they need all the time. That's not a realistic goal, unfortunately, but you want to get as efficient use of resources that are available, that are vital to the mission and the policies that are set by the board here for the function of the county government.
Thank you.
What was that very first word you said when you answered that question? The what process?
I'm sorry?
The very first, the part of the answer there, you said the IGR process or something like that? Or?
I do not recall, I'm sorry.
Do you remember what you wrote down? All right, never mind.
Sorry.
Good morning, I'm Commissioner Blakey, and I'll be asking question number 2. The topic is leadership, impact, and achievements. What are 2 of your most significant professional accomplishments in your recent leadership roles?
I would say becoming the commanding officer at Naval Air Station Fallon was a very large accomplishment for me. In the Navy, that is what's called an 06 command level, so major command level. And it definitely diversified and broadened my horizons. In the Navy, obviously, we think, I was involved in naval aviation. We think about tactics, we think about operations, we think about those sort of things. And at times, we can get very tunnel vision and focused on that sort of thing. But being a commanding officer of a naval air station, especially in this region, Northern Nevada, basically broadened my horizons that there are other things out there. Working with legislatures, whether at the federal or the state level, environmental concerns, the range, the training range that we have, the complex that we have out there, all the different concerns that come out with that, working with civilian employees, which we don't get a lot of opportunity to do in our operational squadrons. So that was definitely one of my greatest achievements there from a leadership perspective. Leading 1,000 people in a diverse organization can be very difficult. Communication is absolutely vital in order to be successful at that. And so I definitely learned that lesson as well. The other accomplishment, I would say, from a leadership position was being a squadron commander. Once again, that's the tip of the spear. Those are the folks that are out there doing the mission, that are protecting our country, and to have the privilege to be able to do that, that's what I strove for, and that's what I was able to accomplish. That was my goal when I entered the Navy, was to get squadron command. Everything after that I thought was sort of gravy, if you will. But you've got 250 people. In my case, I had 4 aircraft. We deployed off an aircraft carrier, and we did that successfully in combat operations. So to me, that was also a very significant achievement.
I have a follow-up question. How did these outcomes improve your organization or the community that you're involved with?
How did the outcomes of my leadership being in those positions, those achievements?
Yes, sir.
So my goal, obviously, is to leave an organization better than when I first got there. And I do believe that I accomplished that in both of those organizations. At NAS Fallon, they tell you when you take over command that you're only going to get, you're there for 3 years. You're only going to get 1 or 2 major projects accomplished. So pick what those are, and then get working on them. So for me, it was the updating the housing was a very large issue for me. When I was there, the housing I felt was inadequate at the time and needed to be updated. So we started an influence campaign. We were able to get to the point where they made the decision to allocate the funds and to start the process of updating the base housing area there. So other things were the security of the base itself. There were some security issues with the base. I won't go into details, but we were able to address those while I was there as well. So I felt like I did leave Naval Air Station Fallon as a better place than when I started as the commanding officer.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hyde, and I have question 3. Please describe your experience with developing and managing complex municipal budgets, even in tough financial times.
So I don't have experience in municipal budgets. I have experience in operational budgets that we do in the Navy. The budget at NAS Fallon varied anywhere from 20 to 50, 60 million there in operating budget. So my experience there is building those budgets and then maintaining oversight of those budgets as we execute throughout the year and making sure that we are sticking to the plan itself. I had on a much smaller scale, when I was squadron commanding officer, I was responsible for the budget, an operational budget of that unit as well. But that's a little bit smaller scale there because you're talking about flying, money for flying hours and that sort of thing, payroll and that sort of stuff. So one thing at NAS Fallon that was a little bit different is we did actually generate revenue, which is not something that's normal at most bases. Through our NGIS, the Navy Gateway Inns and Suites, we generated what's called non-appropriated funds that we could then utilize, turn back into recreational activities and that sort of stuff. So we had to be very diligent with those funds there in order to make sure that they got utilized in the proper way. They were also put into a pool for the entire region as well. So we only got to see a portion of those funds. But we did generate, we were the top 2 bases to generate those revenues in the region itself.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question for that. What financial strategies or tools have you successfully used to increase efficiency, ensure sustainability, or adapt to economic fluctuations?
I've developed these budgets in both tough budget years and fairly lenient budget years, if you will. Basically, you've got to continually analyze your budget for actual usage throughout the operating year. So, in order to make sure that you're on the path that you set yourself on. So, various tools there, but various reviews done either monthly or quarterly in order to see where we're at as you move forward, and make sure that you're actually utilizing the right types of funds in the right types of places at the pace that you expected.
Thank you.
I have question 4, which is governance. How would you describe your leadership philosophy, particularly in working with a board and/or commission?
So I would say that my philosophy is that the county manager works for the Board of County Commissioners. So that's their primary role, and basically executing the policies and directives that come out of the board. Additionally, I believe that the county manager also executes the day-to-day operations of the government organization, and ensures that those folks are providing the services that are expected by the citizens of the county itself. But first and foremost, I do believe that the county manager works for the Board of County Commissioners and basically is the executor of their policies and directives.
A follow-up to that, could you share an example of conflict or difference in direction with a member of a board and/or commission, and how did you navigate that situation?
I can't do it for a board or a commission. I can do it in the Navy. Oftentimes, you may not agree with your higher-ups, and if they allow you, you can voice that disagreement in the appropriate venue. But once a decision is made, everybody's on the same page. You walk out the door, everybody's now supporting the decision and doing what they can in order to implement the decision as it was decided by the deciding authority.
Thank you.
Question number 5, the topic is leadership style. How would you describe your management style working with multiple departments with different objectives?
So first of all, I believe in respect. So treat everybody with the respect that you think that you deserve. So I do believe you can forcefully get your opinion across without. You can do that while still being respectful. You don't have to be disrespectful. So I very much believe in communication. I don't think you can do that enough. Now, there are situations where there may not be time to do as much communication as you'd like, but if at all possible, I think it's very, very important to communicate both up and down. I will call it the chain of command because that's what I'm used to, but up and down the organization itself. I think it's very important to be collaborative. I think it's very important that to get the employees at all levels vested in the mission and the goals and objectives of the organization itself. But once again, I think it comes down to respect. Everybody needs to treat everybody with the respect that they deserve. When I worked at the sheriff's office, that can be very challenging sometimes in that environment, but I did learn that it is absolutely possible to do so.
A follow-up to that question. Share an example of a conflict or difference in direction with a subordinate in a leadership position. How did you handle the situation?
So you make very many, there's potential to make a lot of controversial decisions when you're in the military. And obviously we have some tools and the environment that we can fall back on in order to enforce those. But I would say that in particular, there was a decision that was made. It was a personnel decision when I was commanding officer of my squadron. And we were getting ready for deployment. We were going on deployments, something called workups, which is a very stressful time for any deploying squadron. During my XO, so my second in charge was going to be taking command for the deployment itself. And he had some very specific ideas about personnel and wanted to shape the squadron in that way, but he wasn't the commanding officer. It wasn't his authority, it wasn't his job. So we had some disagreements on how we wanted to handle those personnel. I explained to him my philosophy, how I wanted to do it, how I didn't want to impact careers. And then, he gave his opinion. We sort of talked it out. I don't think I ever fully convinced him. But in the end, it was my decision to make. I included him as much as I could in the decision-making, knowing that, it was going to impact his time as the commanding officer. But in the end, it was my decision to make. And so once I had gotten to the point where I felt like I'd explained it and got him at least understanding my point of view, once we left the room, we made the decision that I wanted to make and then went forward from there. So.
Thank you.
Okay, question 6, recruitment and leadership. Northern Nevada is a growing area, and the competition for recruiting qualified individuals is stiff. What challenges do you see to recruiting high-quality candidates to the county? And how do you propose to continue acquiring top-quality talent?
So I've been in a lot of different communities, both rural, cities, that sort of thing. Rural environments or communities have their challenges getting folks to their communities. Part of that is, there's folks, have tendencies. They like certain things. They like either, they want to be able to DoorDash, or they want to be able to go out at 2 in the morning and go to an In-N-Out or do something along those lines. And you may not be able to provide that in all communities. One of the things that I think is important here is promoting the county character and values, and trying to find individuals that those values align with, that character aligns with. I think the Navy brings a lot of talented folks this way. A lot of them either retire from here or they get out of the Navy from here. And I think that's a very large talent pool that we should, that should be utilized. But they bring a lot of different technical skills. The Navy is a technical service, so they bring a lot of different technical skills that can be utilized, as well as there's a level of leadership there that I think you don't see in other folks. So, but I also believe the education system can grow some folks from within, and grow some of that talented workforce from within, via the education system all the way up through WNC and that sort of thing.
Follow up to that, as a small community, sometimes the only reward for a job well done is more work to do. This concentrates job responsibility and institutional knowledge to a few critical employees. How do you propose to mitigate staff burnout and ensure critical knowledge is maintained across the next decade?
So in the Navy, we call that riding your horses, your race horses, and it's a problem, I think, across a lot of different organizations. When I first came back here, I stood up what's called Havoc. That's the Growler equivalent of Top Gun. I had 6 folks working, including myself, to do a job that needed about 25 different folks. And I told them straight up that I'm going to burn you out because this is how much work we've got to do. So I was very upfront with them, and I think that's important for those folks. I also think it's important to cross-train folks. I understand that, only certain folks may have certain authorities to do certain things, but being able to have folks that can do more than one job or that can fill in an emergency or that sort of thing, I think is vital and very, very important for an organization. I also think you've got to get folks vested in the mission and the goals and objectives of the organization itself. People will go above and beyond when they feel like what they're doing is valued by the organization and contributes to those goals and objectives.
Thank you.
I'll have question 7. Looking back on your career, what is one significant situation that you would approach differently if given the chance? Specifically, what did you learn and how has that experience shaped your leadership today?
So when I was a squadron commander, I was trying to raise morale of the squadron. So I commissioned an individual to come up from San Diego to paint our jets. We're allowed to paint one jet in very colorful colors. It's called the CAG bird, if you will. And so I had this person normally worked on helicopters, but their resume was very, very impressive. So we basically had a vote. We put out a contest, if you will, for a design to put on our jets, and it was going to be very colorful and very distinctive to our squadron, which our colors were royal blue and yellow gold. So you can imagine that flying around, you're going to see that pretty well. So we went through all this, and then at the very end, we had a winning design. We brought the person up, cost us money. We got the materials that we needed for the aircraft itself, and all of this, of course, was legal and reviewed by the legal folks. And at the last second, we looked at the design, and we had a suggestion from someone, hey, why don't we add this to the design? And I said, sure. And in the end, it turned out to not be a very good design, not something that you want to build the morale of a squadron on when they look at this thing and nobody's really proud of it. So what I learned from that was that, you've got to go with the process that you had in there, and you've got to trust that process, and you can't circumvent it at the last second. The decision was on me. I owned up to it. I was accountable for that decision. That jet flew around with that design for a year and a half. So I got to be reminded of that every day. And I don't blame the artists. I don't blame anybody but myself. But I definitely learned that when you put that process in place, you've got to trust that process and don't try to modify it or circumvent it at the last second.
Okay, thank you.
Question number 8, the topic is intergovernmental and collaborative problem solving. Tell us about your experience working with independently elected officials or outside government entities. Provide a specific example of a complex or controversial issue where collaboration led to a successful resolution.
When I was commanding officer of the base, I got to work with both state and federal legislators. I was appointed or become a member of the Governor's Military Council, this was back in 2014, I believe, that Governor Sandoval implemented this council. Obviously, as a military member, you are not allowed to lobby or do any of those type of things, so I acted in an advisory capacity. But they were basically trying to develop a statewide strategy to protect, if you will, the military interests here in the base, or of the bases, the active duty bases, Hawthorne, Creech, Nellis Air Force Base, and Naval Air Station Fallon. So very complex problem. Those folks, Southern Nevada, Northern Nevada, different issues. Hawthorne, once again, different issues, not as big of an active duty population. So we worked through that. We went through the process there of developing that strategy, which resulted in a report that was finalized and submitted by the council itself. It laid out some of the economic impacts of the bases themselves in different ways that you can protect those bases from potential BRAC issues and that sort of thing going forward. So also had a chance to work with the Attorney General, Laxalt, on an initiative there to provide pro bono legal work for active duty members in order to get Nevada lawyers in order to provide some pro bono work there for some complex issues that you sometimes have with active duty members. And that was a successful initiative as well.
Thank you.
Okay, question 9, community engagement and visibility. How do you view the county manager's role in the broader community?
Well, I think the county manager represents the county, so, when directed by the board, attend those community functions and engagements there that basically bring visibility to the county itself. That can be not only just in the county and the community itself, but also outside the county and for state level events and that sort of thing. So yeah, I think the county manager is a representative of the county and needs to be available and seen in those type of events and try to engage in those events as much as possible.
Okay, this one has a couple follow-ups. In what ways do you engage residents to ensure their voices are included in the decision-making process?
I think you invite communication. I think you invite their inputs to the various processes where applicable and where legal. Obviously, there's public meeting laws and folks can make public comments during those meetings itself, but I also think there needs to be a mechanism, whether it's a website, Facebook, something on those lines where folks can provide their inputs. Obviously, there's challenges. There can be challenges with that as well, but the community has to feel like it has a voice in some of the processes and decisions that are made.
Next follow-up, how would you balance the diverse needs of our community with the limitations of budget and available resources?
I'm sorry, I only heard the diverse. I didn't hear the diverse.
I'll
After
read it
that.
again. How would you balance the diverse needs of our community with the limitations of budget and available resources?
To me, the direction that policy comes from the Board of County Commissioners. So they're the elected officials, and they will, with those limited resources, you have to tell them what is possible, what the resources are available, and let them set those priorities and those directions and those policies, and then execute those as they are communicated. So I think that there are diverse needs here. You've got you've got the base, you've got agriculture, you've got the renewable resources and that sort of thing. So there are a lot of incompatibilities there, but there are a lot of compatibilities as well. And if the resources are limited, then it's going to be up to the Board of County Commissioners in order to try to set the direction and the priorities, and then the county manager execute.
Thank you.
I'll have question 10, crisis management. Please describe a time when you led your organization through a crisis.
So unfortunately, when I was the commanding officer, I had three aircraft mishaps that occurred out in the training ranges. One was, or two of them were actually in Churchill County, but a third one was a fatality that unfortunately occurred out by east of Austin. So a lot of different moving parts there, especially, any aircraft mishap obviously is a very complex crisis. When a fatality is involved, it becomes even more so. So there's a lot of sensitivities and a lot of issues that need to be resolved. We immediately activated what we call our EOC, Emergency Operations Center, and started working the problem itself, getting resources out to the crash site. Finding the crash site was the first part, getting the resources out there. It was in the mountains that are to the northeast of Austin there. So it was a very remote site that was difficult to get to. So getting the resources we needed out there, getting communication out there was extremely difficult. Lots of moving parts. I owned the response, but I didn't own the aircraft itself, and I didn't own the air crew that was involved. So getting those folks involved and the stakeholders there involved as well. Letting the region know, so my boss know what was going on, letting them handle the public affairs side of that, of a crisis like that. But we had practiced that, we had processes in place for it, and I think we were able to successfully execute that, reduce the environmental impact, get the aircraft and the air crew back to the base, and basically resolve that issue as effectively as possible and as efficiently as possible.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I follow up on that? sorry. So one of the other big pieces of that is afterwards, is doing a hot wash, doing feedback, getting feedback from that and seeing what went right and what went wrong and learning from that process, and then making sure that the next time we were even more prepared to handle a crisis like that.
Do you need a drink or anything, or you're good? Okay. Question number 11, topic is economic development. What is your philosophy on the county government's role in the economic development process?
I think the county government is responsible for managing that economic development and the growth that comes with it. Like I said before, the three real pillars. I read the 2020 master plan. The three pillars, they're economic pillars: agricultural, renewables, and the base itself. But there's a desire out there for economic diversification a little bit. So another pillar, trying to develop another pillar. It seems to be manufacturing as a targeted industry for that. But with that comes some growth issues, compatibility issues, that sort of thing. So I think it is the responsibility of the county government to manage that in order to allow the county to evolve and grow while maintaining its character and its values.
A follow-up question to that. What are the specific offerings or strategies should the county consider to attract new development and industry to the area?
Well, I think obviously economic development, infrastructure development is important to that. There is workforce development, having the right types of workers here. I know that a significant portion of folks in the county actually travel out of the county for work. So trying to get those folks to come here. Obviously, folks don't want to commute a long commute if they don't have to. So trying to encourage those folks to stay here, encourage companies to come in here that will employ those folks and allow them to stay a little closer to home. There's tax incentives, some other things that can occur, funding incentives and that sort of thing for companies that come in. Similar to what USA Parkway has done and Story County has done with that development that they've done there. Now, obviously, that scale is maybe not realistic here for this county, but there's definitely, I think, some lessons to be learned from that could be applied here in the county itself.
Thank you.
On to question 12, natural resources. Churchill County has large areas of federal land and limited quantities of water. What is your experience dealing with limited natural resources and cooperating with federal partners?
So some of the challenges the county faces, the base faces as well. We have the same water issues, water rights issues, and that sort of thing. The pillars there are the water rights issues with beneficial use and appropriation, prior appropriation, that sort of thing. So we used to constantly, every year, have to provide information in order to stave off or justify the water usage and the water rights that we had at the base. Just like the county, I know the county is 86% either federal or state land administered. The base has the same problem as well. We operate over federal lands, and so we had a lot of cooperation and liaising with the BLM and that sort of stuff. BOR was we also had to operate with them as well, obviously for wastewater that came to and from the base, and also some of the agricultural things that occurred around the base itself. So have fairly good experience operating in those federal agencies themselves when I was the base commander.
Thank you.
I'll have question 13, state and federal policy making. What is your experience working with state and/or federal legislatures to benefit your community or organization?
So I would go back to the previous examples that I gave, both working on the governor's military council and with the attorney general itself. At the federal level, I mostly interacted or occasionally interacted with the cabinet level folks or cabinet level agencies. When they would come for visits and basically come and look at the base itself and what our mission was and that sort of thing. Obviously, as a military member, when I was in the military, lobbying is not allowed. It's against the law to do that. So I could not do any of that sort of thing. So all I could do basically was show them what we did and answer their questions and that sort of thing. That applies also at the state level itself. So.
And a follow-up to that, could you provide an example of a time when you were involved in shaping policy?
So shaping policy in my area of authority, my area of influence, I basically, as the commanding officer, set the policy, if you will, for the base itself. So I was obviously subject to and had to align with higher policies that, either federal, DOD, or Department of the Navy policies. But you have quite broad authority there to set policies as you need and as required to set your mission to be successful at your mission and to meet your goals and objectives.
Okay, thank you.
Question 14. The topic is the vision. What are the most significant challenges you see for Churchill County in the next 5 to 10 years?
I think probably the most significant challenges are going to be the growth, managing the growth. The base is, as you know, are well aware of, is expecting some growth in its population. And so managing that growth while maintaining compatible use of the lands around that is, I think, going to be one of the biggest challenges. And then also economic development and managing that growth as well. I know that, if you go back 20 years or so, there was planned use developments that were in the works and that sort of thing, and the county made some plans based off of that. And then the recession hit 2008, and some of those plans had to be changed and things were put on hold and that sort of thing. And then we recovered from that, but then COVID happened and the pandemic and that sort of thing. So I think that, reacting to those type of pop-up events is going to be very challenging here over the next 5 to 10 years. We really don't know what's going to happen. There's a fairly, I don't want to say unstable, but some sort of, there's a lot of instability out there right now, and I think that that could definitely become a challenge for the county itself. So, but I would say the managing the growth is probably one of the biggest ones, while maintaining, as stated before, the county's characters and values. Folks, they like the rural environment here. They like agriculture. So developing economically while maintaining those things that are important to the community, I think, is going to be a big challenge.
Follow up to that. The first question was the most significant challenges. This question is, what is your vision for Churchill County for the next 5 to 10 years?
So after I looked at the master plan, I thought that it was a fairly comprehensive and a effective document that I thought laid the groundwork that the county needs to follow in order to manage that growth and the economic development. So I feel that following that, updating that is vitally important. Maybe there's some assumptions and stuff like that that are no longer valid, but And then but once that master plan's updated, then following that master plan as required. I think that it's a valuable document that does a good job at laying out the vision and the goals and objectives of the Board of County Commissioners. So I would say following that, making any adjustments as required on the fly as different things happen, like a pandemic or a recession. But to me, that's laid out the groundwork that's really required for the county to go to grow and be, what it wants to be.
Thank you.
Okay, that completes our list of questions. What questions do you have for us?
I guess my biggest one would be what I would ask is, what do you view as most important for the role of the county manager? What skills, what attributes do you think are vital for that position? I'm not sure if you're allowed to answer that question, but.
I feel like communication is huge. Everything, what I like least is to be surprised by something that the public knows that I don't know. So being very open with me when it's hard, even the hard things I need to hear it. So communication for me is, and it needs to be, obviously runs both ways. I look at the county manager as, I need to build a trust to handle everything boots on the ground and let me know everything that is pertinent for me to know, which is pretty much everything. So that's key for me.
For me, I really want someone, when it comes down to it, I'd like someone that has the same love and passion for Churchill County that I do. If you have love and passion for something, you're always going to do what's best for that entity's, future. And so that's really, really important for me personally. Like Matt said, communication is very, very important for me. And then also a grasp on, as we all know, governments are large and kind of slow moving, and there's a lot of different pieces and parts to it. Someone that can, as a whole, not just, one here or there, as a whole, operate all the different department heads and be in touch with them, include everyone equally on that. So those are things that I look for.
They didn't leave me very much. Good job. I concur with everything Commissioner Hyde and Commissioner Ghetto said, and I'll just influence the visibility within the community that the county is, we're here to help you. We're not here to enable you, but we're here to provide services for you and make sure people know that. Working with staff is hugely important to me. And treating everyone equal is hugely important to me because, like I've said previously, if we work and walk together, things get accomplished quicker, easier, and less costly. But, and then I totally agree with Commissioner Miles' statement of love and passion for Churchill County. That couldn't be said better. Thank you.
And I would adopt all the comments that my fellow commissioners made. And thank you for that question. Do you have any other questions?
I do not.
Okay, thank you for taking time to meet with us today. We'll be making a decision soon, and we'll reach out once that decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're now going to recess until 12:15. That's when we'll come back for our interview with Chris Spross. We'll go ahead and resume this meeting. We'll move to our third interview, Chris Spross. We'll start with the first question. Chris, tell me about yourself and the experience you have that make you the best fit candidate for Churchill County at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. First off, I just want to extend my gratitude for allowing me the opportunity to interview for this position. I've been with the county now for a little under 5 years. Prior to that, I had spent my entire career in the private sector working as a construction contractor. I graduated from college, let's just say in the 90s, so that I don't date myself. And I started my career as a project engineer right here in Northern Nevada in the mines in Golconda. Over the years, I've taken on progressively more responsible positions in management, such as project management, construction management, division management, operations management, vice president, and president of various construction companies. Through those jobs that I've had, I was able to attain a skill set that included the development and the management of effective teams, the development, implementation, and tracking of budgets, scheduling and timelines, resource allocations and asset management, and clear communications. I brought that skill set to the county when I joined in 2020 as the Public Works Director, and I was able to add to that skill set by adding public relations and more recently human resources. Since working at the county, I've developed a vast understanding of governmental operations. I have built strong relationships with this board and previous boards, as well as the Planning Commission and other administrators in other municipalities. I've developed relationships with staff for the BLM, the BOR, the Navy, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, NDEP, the EPA, and I use those contacts with staff almost on a daily basis. I've also had the opportunity more recently to get to know some of our state and federal legislators, representatives, and because of that experience and because of those relationships, I think that makes me an ideal candidate for this position.
Follow-up question for that. What goals would you have set in your first year as the county manager, and how would you work towards achieving them?
I think the first goal would be to strengthen or deepen the relationship that I would have with this board. I've been in front of this board and the previous board on many occasions, but this position is different. There is a level of communication and interaction that the county manager has to have with the Board of County Commissioners, and I would want to meet and strengthen those relationships both individually and collectively so that we could have a harmonic working relationship. Secondly, I think the next goal would be to continue moving the progress, albeit limited progress, on the lands bill forward, whether that is how it relates to the construction of Lone Tree Road, Sand Canyon Road, or the progress that is being made with the grazing permittees, the limited progress that is being made on the checkerboard resolution and the direct conveyance lands, and that would require communication and cooperation with our federal partners. So I would reach out to our federal partners and see how they can assist and aid us in continuing to move that forward. And then my third goal for the year would be to keep the SNPLMA projects moving forward. We've made good progress over recent weeks in getting the pre-construction paperwork out of the way. I think we're still a little ways away from actually receiving any award for reimbursement. But I believe it's important that we keep moving that forward because it will be a benefit to the community. And as a part of that, we also need to start looking strategically as to what projects we may want to present for the next round in 2026. So those three goals would be my immediate goals.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Mr. Spross, thank you for being here. I'm Commissioner Blakey. Be asking question number 2. The topic will be leadership, impact, and achievements. What are two of your most significant professional accomplishments in your recent leadership roles?
Most recently, 2 come to mind. My first would be the design and the construction of the Rafter 3C building. When I joined the county in 2020, that project was still in the planning stages. It was decided at that time that the county would act as the general contractor for that construction. And because of my skill set, I was the one that was selected to spearhead that. So I was responsible for that project from bid to closeout, and I think it's something that, aside from myself, we can all feel proud of. The second would be the procurement of the $42 million worth of SNPLMA projects, the 2 projects that we have. That was a team effort, but there was various stakeholders that supplied information that was going to be included in the packet. I put the information together in the format that was required by SNPLMA. I put the budget together for the cost of the construction and any anticipated cost increases. I was the one that went down to Las Vegas to present our projects to the Partners Working Group at the BLM. And so that is something that I'm very proud of, to being able to procure $42 million in projects, and that too will be a significant impact to our community.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hyde, and I have the third question, fiscal management and innovation. Please describe your experience with developing and managing complex municipal budgets, even in tough financial times.
Well, as I mentioned in the opening question, in the private sector, one of my skill sets was the development, the implementation, and the tracking of budgets. It's significantly different in the public sector, in the sense that in the private sector, adjustments to budget can be made as a result of revenue. We don't have that luxury working in the public sector. And so being able to monitor the budget that is assigned, being able to review that budget with your staff to make sure your staff is involved in any cost-cutting measures, I think is an important part of the budget process, specifically during financial times. As I came on board as the Public Works Director, I obviously had to develop and implement the budget for Public Works, which included water and wastewater. When I moved over to HR, I had to develop and implement and track the budget that we have for HR. And this year, I was also included in the development of the county budget, which included the one-on-one meetings with the department heads to talk about our fiscal goals and some requirements that we would like to see in the development of the budget. And if you recall, last year, I think that might be this year, we had a cut to our services and supplies, and, you know, due to, that's a result of some tough financial times, and meeting with staff and going through the budget to make sure that costs could be cut in order to meet that is part of the responsibility.
Follow-up to that question, what financial strategies or tools have you successfully used to increase efficiency, ensure sustainability, or adapt to economic fluctuations?
In the private sector, specifically in construction, we always implemented a job costing tool, and that job costing tool was basically a reflection of production and cost to complete that production. Obviously, in the public sector, things are a little different. Again, I mentioned that revenue is not something you can increase. Production is not something that we track. But I believe it's important, as I mentioned, when you have a budget and a budget is set, that you review that budget with your staff. Whether that is when we receive our monthly budget statements. And so staff can have input on the decision-making on what needs to be cut, why things need to be cut, and then I find you specifically have more buy-in when you have that input.
Thank you.
I'll have the fourth question, which is governance. How would you describe your leadership philosophy, particularly in working with a board and/or commission?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah. How would you describe your leadership philosophy, particularly in working with a board and/or commission?
Well, ultimately, this position works at the pleasure of this board. This position is tasked with implementing directives that come from this board. And so my leadership style or philosophy would be in making sure that as those directives are implemented to staff, that is done in a clear, concise manner, and that follow-up, if warranted, is taken to make sure that the directive has the outcome that the board requests or requires.
A follow-up to that, could you share an example of a conflict or difference in direction with a member of a board or commission, and how did you navigate that situation?
Well, I'll be honest, I don't think I have had a conflict with a member of this board or a previous board or even the Planning Commission. But I would hope that in the event something like that were to happen, that the board would offer me the opportunity to explain my position, support my position with facts, before they came to the decision-making that had resulted in that conflict, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Question number 5, the topic will be leadership style. How would you describe your management style working with multiple departments with different objectives?
Sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
Question number 5, the topic is leadership style. How would you describe your management style working with multiple departments with different objectives?
Well, ultimately, I think everybody that works for the county has the same objective. I feel that departments may have different processes or procedures on how to get there. But through my entire career, I have always used the collaborative or the team approach when it comes to decision-making. I feel that when people have the opportunity to share their thoughts, their concerns, their input, that there is a much better buy-in, and it can also result in effective collaboration to come to a conclusion. I will say over my career that once a decision is made, whether it was my idea or someone else's, I expect the entire organization to row the boat in the same direction and that we're all on the same page.
I have a follow-up to that question. Share an example of a conflict or difference in direction with the subordinate in a leadership position. How did you handle the situation?
Well, one that comes to mind, I was working for an organization that acquired a family-owned company, and I was appointed the president of that family-owned company. When I arrived, there was an extreme amount of loyalty from the employees to the previous owner, and those employees would consistently go directly to the owner for direction on day-to-day operations. And the result of that was a lot of miscommunication. The previous owner, it was necessary for him to be able to tell his employees that that was no longer his decision to make, and that that was now my decision to make. And so I approached the previous owner, and I let him know that my performance within this organization was being judged by corporate, and that corporate had a specific set of corporate guidelines and rules and objectives that needed to be attained, and that by him doing what he was doing was interfering with my ability to do that. He was unaware that that was actually being done. It was so ingrained. But after the conversation, over a period of a few weeks, the situation turned around, and he had the employees come to me for direction.
Thank you.
Okay, question 6, recruitment and leadership. Northern Nevada is a growing area, and in the competition for recruiting qualified individuals is stiff. What challenges do you see to recruiting high-quality candidates to the county, and how do you propose to continue acquiring top-quality talent?
Well, I think the recruitment issue is no stranger to any industry. However, unlike the private sector, who can offer financial incentives, sign-on bonuses, additional vacation time, higher starting wages and starting salaries, that's just not possible in the public sector. And so the way that I see that we can enhance our recruitment is to be able to streamline our recruiting process. And what I mean by that is we get qualified applicants for jobs that we advertise for. However, by the time we get through the recruiting process, some of those qualified applicants have moved on. They're qualified, so they're in demand. By streamlining our recruiting process, we can capture qualified applicants quicker and get them into our system faster.
Okay, follow-up to that. As a small community, sometimes the only reward for a job well done is more work to do. This concentrates job responsibilities and institutional knowledge in the few critical employees. How would you propose to mitigate staff burnout and ensure critical knowledge is maintained across for the next decade?
I think a leading factor of burnout is tension and turmoil within a department. If there is not a positive work environment and tensions rise, the work that you do can feel like it's insurmountable. I feel there's certain things that can be done to help mitigate that. There's an old saying that people don't quit bad jobs, they quit bad managers. I think the county has to be proactive in training leadership in management styles and philosophies to handle differing personalities within the department. I think we need to create a positive work environment. I also feel that issues that arise, concerns, issues from employees need to be addressed immediately and not allow those to fester and go back to the department, increasing that tension and that turmoil. And lastly, although this is not always possible, I think employees need to be rewarded if financially we can reward employees. I think that goes a long way to showing how the county values the input that people have. In terms of institutional knowledge, we have done this in the Public Works Department. I don't know if other departments do it. I believe that they probably do. But we institute a lot of cross-training. And we do that specifically because some positions is a position of one. And that position has to be able to take time off and go on vacation. And God forbid if something were to happen to that person. So we do a fair amount of cross-training. And I think that helps bring some of that institutional knowledge from one person to another.
Thank you.
I'll have question 7 with reflective leadership. Looking back on your career, what is one significant situation you would approach differently if given the chance? Specifically, what did you learn and how has that experience shaped your leadership today? I was with another organization, and a colleague of mine asked me if I would take the time to mentor him. And after I got over the initial shock and awe and my ego, I said absolutely that I would. As we went through that process, I noticed that this was a #1 priority for him, and I had failed to make it a #1 priority for me. And ultimately, that experience hurt our relationship. And if I could do that over again, I would certainly do things a different way. But to answer the second part of your question with what did I learn from that and how did that impact my leadership? If you're going to make a commitment, whether it be to someone or something, that has to be your #1 priority. Someone else, whether it's a person you're making a commitment with or an organization that you're making a commitment with, values that as a top priority. And so you have to do the same. And that's how I approach everything that I do now. Thank you.
You doing okay? You need a drink of water or anything?
I've been sipping along as we go. Thank you, though.
I have question number 8. The topic is intergovernmental and collaborative problem solving. Tell us about your experience working with independently elected officials or outside government entities. Provide a specific example of a complex or controversial issue where collaboration led to a successful resolution.
Can I answer the first part, and then can you repeat the second part after I'm done?
Yes, sir.
So obviously, as HR, I work with all the elected officials that are within the county. In terms of outside governmental entities, I'd mentioned earlier that I've developed relationships with staff for BLM, BOR, and many of the state and federal agencies, even as far as the EPA. I was able to attend the rural caucuses this year, several of the rural caucus meetings, and that afforded me the opportunity to meet and discuss issues with commissioners from other counties. I had the opportunity to go to the National Association of Counties, which again offered me the opportunity to talk to commissioners and legislators from other areas of the country. And so I have experience working with other governmental agencies and people. So at this point, can you repeat the second part of that question?
The second part of the question, number 8, provide a specific example of a complex or controversial issue where collaboration led to a successful resolution.
All right, so this is one that's still ongoing. As I'd mentioned, I've developed a relationship with people at the Navy, and over the last 12 months or so, as part of the Lands Bill, there's a reconstruction of Lone Tree Road and Sand Canyon Road that is required. Over 12 months ago, the county approached the Navy and said that in the interest of expedition and getting this project moving forward, the county would be willing to accept responsibility for the design and the construction of Lone Tree Road, with the understanding that the Navy would pay for that. Over the last 12 months or so, when dealing with the county, NDOT, Federal Highway Administration, the Navy's federal partners, it has taken us 12 months to get to the point where we had assigned an agreement ready for signature, which we brought in front of this board several meetings ago. Upon receiving the signature and waiting for their signature, we were informed that they wanted to make a small change to the agreement. When that agreement was received, it was a virtual rewrite, and obviously would have to come in front of the board again. At that point in time, Mr. Sanford and I deliberated, and we agreed that we would reach out to the Navy and say, we were on board with this to help expedite, but we feel like maybe we're getting in the way of this. And they thought, yeah, we've been thinking about that too, but let us talk it over. They conferred, they deliberated, they set a meeting to talk again, and just several days ago, we received another revised agreement. So I'm not saying that this has come to a successful resolution yet, but I believe we were well on our way, and it is due to the collaboration of those entities that is getting us to the point where a resolution is forthcoming, whether it's involving the county or not involving the county.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to question 9, community engagement and visibility. How do you view the county manager's role in the broader community?
I see the county manager's role in the community as a link or liaison between the board and staff and the community. And a vital role that the county manager has is ensuring that the services and programs that are provided to the community are provided efficiently and effectively. I also think it's important that the county manager assesses the needs of the community and addresses those needs with developing services or programs for the community. But I believe the most important role for the broader community is to develop a sense of trust between the government and the community. I see that breakdown. I see that on all levels of government. And I think to effectively move forward, you have to have that trust.
Okay, a follow-up to that. In what ways do you engage residents and ensure their voices are included in the decision-making process?
Well, I'll go back to what I just stated. I don't think there's a way to have a positive engagement with the community unless you have trust with the community. In terms of engagement, I think on complex or controversial issues that arise, the community, the public needs to be involved in that, and they need to be able to input their concerns. Now, whether that's done through a town hall meeting or a workshop, there has to be a forum for the public to be able to have input prior to decision making. And that's how I would engage with the public or with the community.
One more follow-up. How would you balance the diverse needs of our community with the limitations of budget and available resources?
I think it comes down to prioritizing between needs and wants. If it is a financial shortage or a labor shortage, there's only so much that can be done when you have those constraints. Obviously, there are needs that the community has to have, and that's where those resources should go. But unless there's a mechanism such as grant funding or a cooperative agreement to help fund what I would consider those needs, some of those programs or services, as much as someone doesn't want to hear it, would have to be looked at either being reduced or even eliminated. One thing the county, I feel, one thing the county does not want to do, if there's a shortage of funding and or a shortage of labor, is put together services that because of a labor or financial shortage end up being subpar.
Thank you.
I'll take question 10, which is crisis management. Please describe a time when you led your organization through a crisis.
I mean, I'll be honest. I've never led my organization through a crisis. I mean, there was COVID, and I was president of a company when COVID hit, and I had to implement strategies and regulations which were frowned upon from employees. But COVID was so long that I had since moved on to the county and got to experience COVID here with the county. But I want to say that because of my experiences in handling the front end of the COVID, it led to some of the success of the county being able to work through COVID here in the county.
Thank you.
Question number 11, the topic is economic development. What is your philosophy on the county government's role in the economic development process?
I think the county's role for economic development is one of ensuring that sufficient infrastructure is in place to support the development. Whether that be capacity for water treatment, capacity for wastewater treatment, road networks, the county has to provide the infrastructure to support the development. I think it's critical for the county to be cognizant of zoning for housing. If growth is coming, housing is an integral part of that. And so I feel that the county has some responsibility in making housing development available to developers.
I have one follow-up. What specific offerings or strategies should the county consider to attract new development and industry to the area?
Well, the county certainly isn't in a position to offer any sort of financial incentives. I mean, any large industry is going to get that through abatements from the state, which impact us financially. But what the county can do is streamline their regulatory process. Whether that's through streamlining the application process, streamlining the land use process, or the design review, building permits, business licenses, become known as a user-friendly county. I think we want business and industry to understand that our staff here at the county is here to help them through applications, answer their questions. Again, aside from any sort of financial incentives, that's what I feel the county could do to attract.
Thank you.
On to question 12. Churchill County has large areas of federal land and limited quantities of water. What is your experience dealing with limited natural resources and cooperating with federal partners?
So as Public Works Director, I had the opportunity to work with the Carson Water Subconservancy in their development and implementation of their 30-year regional water plan. That plan covers things like water conservation, floodplain management, things like that. I'm also involved with the county well monitoring program. We have a consultant that monitors our several wells throughout the county and monitors for impact on the aquifer. In terms of federal agencies, we are currently working with the EPA, who awarded the county a $3 million grant to construct a reclaimed water tank. Our wastewater treatment plant has the ability to make reclaimed water. This would be the first step in creating a reclaimed water system. And the benefit of that reclaimed water system would be to take the stress and burden off of our current water treatment system. We are also currently working on our secondary water treatment facility. That was a $6 million grant that we received from ARPA through the Department of Natural Resources and Conservation. So that's my experience with working with the federal partners on the limited water issue.
Thank you.
I'll have the 13th question, state and federal policy making. What is your experience working with state and/or federal legislatures to benefit your community or organization?
Could you repeat that, please?
What is your experience working with state and/or federal legislators to benefit your community or organization?
Well, as I had mentioned earlier, I had the opportunity to attend several of the rural caucuses this year, which exposed me to a lot of the state legislators, and allowed me to see their varying opinions on bills, support, opposition, so on and so forth. It also afforded me the opportunity to have discussions with commissioners from other counties and talk about how certain bills are impacting them, bills that they are supporting, bills that they are opposing, so on and so forth. At that same rural caucus, I had the opportunity to support Assembly Member Greg Koenig's bill that he had on behalf of the county. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend when that bill was on the floor. I was out of town at the time. Earlier this year, I also had the opportunity to go to NACO, the National Association of Counties, in Washington, D.C. And during that trip, I was afforded the opportunity to meet with our Nevada representatives, with Congressman Amodei, Senator Rosen, and Senator Cortez and Masto, at which time we discussed the lands bill, some of the hurdles we're encountering with the lands bill as it relates to grazing permittees and road construction, so on and so forth.
Follow-up for that, but I kind of just answered it. Provide an example of a time when you were involved in shaping policy.
So we have a public works meeting every 2 weeks. And much of what we talk about during that meeting is in reference to policy. For example, the revision or restructuring of the land use table that we brought in front of the joint meeting with the board and the planning commission, that was born out of conversations in that public works meeting. I also have the opportunity every Friday to participate in a telephone call with Cassidy and Associates, who are our lobbyists in Washington. And prior to that phone call, I advise the county manager on issues or concerns on things that relate to things that I am overseeing as part of the lands bill, specifically SNPLMA, road construction, so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Question 14, the topic is vision. What are the most significant challenges you see Churchill County in the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, I think the first one was touched on already, and that's protect our water. There are many people, entities upstream of the LaHontan Reservoir that are trying to find a way to make our water theirs, and it is vitally important that we stamp out any of those efforts and that we keep the water that is ours from the Newlands Project and the Alpine Decree. The second is sustainable growth. We've talked about growth a little bit. Growth is coming. We merely respond to it. But growth has to be done sustainably. As I mentioned, we need to be sure that our infrastructures are in place to support the growth that is coming. And the other two that I would say, again, challenges with the lands bill, keeping that moving forward. And then also, I don't want to say a challenge, but it is with SNPLMA. We have SNPLMA projects awarded to us. There will be future opportunities for SNPLMA projects. However, that funding is not guaranteed. And so that's a challenge to make sure that those opportunities are going to be there for us in the upcoming rounds for SNPLMA.
I have a follow-up question there. What is your vision for Churchill County for the next 5 to 10 years?
You know, I think Churchill County will always be a vibrant, family-friendly community. With the opportunities that we have afforded to us with Rafter 3C and these upcoming recreational opportunities with SNPLMA, it has created incredible opportunity for enjoyment within our community. Vision over the next 5 to 10 years is also going to be determined by the economic climate that we find ourselves in. Things can change from year to year. I think we will see some growth. I think we will manage that growth responsibly. And I think just to put a point on that is we need to continue to support the people that we serve.
Thank you.
Okay, that was the last question. So that completes the list. What questions do you have for us?
I'm going to turn a question around that you guys asked me. What would you like to see me do in the next year?
That's a good question.
I know I was on the receiving end of it.
I think that we have a master plan built, and I think that we continue progress in that. I know that can be a moving target. Sometimes there's going to be changes and revisit some things, but I think we've got for the first year with the SNPLMA projects, the lands bill getting pushed through, I think there's a lot to do there. I didn't realize how slow things moved in the federal government until you deal with the federal government. But I thought the state was slow, but the federal government's even slower. So I just think we have to get with our reps and keep putting pressure on them to put pressure where pressure needs to be put.
Okay?
We can't let the lands bill fall down. That's hugely important. Public Works Department, we have to get our zoning situated as we already started, but, I mean, that's definitely a priority for me to get that ready, make things attractive for people to come here. We need to rebuild the employment ship of this organization, bring them together, make them a team again. We need to look at our wage studies, make sure that, we do offer a good package for someone to come here. We can't succeed if we don't have good staff. We will always fall down and look for excuses of why we fell down, but never admit that it's because we didn't do our job in having excellent staff. So that is the immediate goals. I mean, that's for a year, that's a lot, right?
Absolutely.
So we definitely be busy if, to that aspect. And we can never forget about tomorrow. We always have to be planning for tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm going to echo what they said, but something that keeps popping in my head when I'm thinking about that question is I'm looking for stability. I think Churchill County is very, very well off right now. I think we have a lot of great projects coming to us. So I'm looking for someone to keep carrying that torch and keep running with it and wants to, execute what we as this board have already started. Not derail anything, not change plans, not have to start from square one, but to keep carrying on with what we've already started.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add one more thing too, and I think one of them touched on it. Communication across the board has to be improved.
Yeah, and I would agree with that as well, and I would adopt all the comments made. If there's no further questions for us, then
Thank you again for the
we're
opportunity.
finished. Thank you. Thank you for being here, sharing your time with us.
Okay, we will adjourn recess until 1:45 for our interview with Jennifer Savage. Okay, it is 1:45. We'll go ahead and move to our fourth and final interview, Jennifer Savage. I'm Commissioner Guerra. Nice to meet you. We'll start with the first question. Tell us about yourself and experience that you have had that make you the best fit for Churchill County at this time. And if you could, maybe pull that mic a little bit closer to you.
So first and foremost, thank you for taking the time to do your due diligence with this interview. I know it's been a long day, and I appreciate it. I know I'm the last one, so we're almost done. A little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Montana. I lived the majority of my life in Billings, but did my high school in Miles City. If you're not familiar with that, it's very rural eastern Montana. So I feel like that upbringing and where I was born and raised has definitely set me up for success in being an asset to Churchill County. Since that time, I've had the honor of serving and working for several state and local agencies in different capacities, being grants with DOJ in North Carolina, DPHHS in North Carolina, running operations, budget, business for their state-operated healthcare facilities. I did go back to Montana for a portion of time. Personally, that was not filling my cup. I landed with 17 inches of snow, and it was a stark adjustment from running in North Carolina to going back home. And so I've looked for other ways to serve my communities in a place that not only would fulfill me professionally, but personally. And when I saw this opportunity come up with Churchill County and just getting to know some of the community members and reading about how vested your community is in, and actively engaged in the prosperity of it, just excited me more about the possibility of coming here and adding to that successful team. So although I know I am not a Churchill County resident currently, it doesn't scare me, and I actually welcome the challenge of having some creative ideas from my experiences and practices elsewhere to be able to maybe expand on what Churchill County has going on and currently working towards.
Okay, so the follow-up question to that is, what goals would you set for yourself in your first year as county manager, and how would you work towards to achieve them?
Although a year sounds like a lot of time, those of us that have been in government, it churns very slowly. So I think in the first year, getting to know intimately what the county does, who does what the big sticking points are, what the challenges have been from the past and the present. I feel like government sometimes repeats ourselves. Every 5 or 10 years, we have a new set of commissioners or employees that, maybe want to reinvent something, and we need to know why it didn't work the first time in order for us to set ourselves up for success, or maybe tweak the idea to be successful where we're at right now. So I think in the first year, just getting to intimately know everyone and be as supportive and the champion of change is good. Change can be a little difficult and a little taxing on the employees and maybe a little anxiety provoking. But as I found as a leader, if you're in the trenches and you're able to explain and be transparent about what the goal is, then you kind of are able to placate some of those anxieties, be able to get some real conversations going. So that's what I would try to do in the first year, is to see where we're at and where we want to be.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I'm Commissioner Blakey. I'll be asking question number 2. The topic is leadership, impact, and achievements. What are 2 of your most significant professional accomplishments in your recent leadership roles?
I think going back to being the business director at, actually let's go with a more current one, the division director in the state of Montana for DPHHS. Every quarter, the division needs to report to what we call a governing body for CMS certification. So we report out on statistics, recruitment, patient incidents, and all of those things. When I got to Montana, there was no consistent way of reporting that. It was very much a script on what felt good at the time to report, and not necessarily talking about the real issues that needed to be talked about consistently over time, how we measure success, getting those data points, being able to visualize some of that for the constituents, for legislatures, and for people that were looking at the data. and ultimately being able to convey that to the communities and the families of the patients we were dealing with. So when I got to Montana, we then developed, which I kind of took from my time in North Carolina, and we developed a standard template for governing bodies. We, right, wrong, or indifferent, we needed to report on the same metrics. We needed to know how we were doing, if we were actually doing better or if we just thought we were doing better. And so we got some data points. We figured out that our data integrity was not great. Like everybody usually does when they first start developing data points. The way you get those is just by starting somewhere. And so we developed those and we figured out where our weak points were, and they weren't where we thought we were. And some of them were as easy as safety, food handling. It wasn't necessarily patient care. It wasn't falls in the hallway. And so being able to articulate that with data-driven decisions was much better for the state, was much better for the resources we had to deal with, and for the employees to know that they were actually making a difference towards an achievable goal and not just spinning their wheels on what they thought they were doing better. Another successful implementation that I've done that I'm really very happy about, because I'm big into modernization. You know, we need to use the technology we're given to help ourselves. Jobs are a lot easier and can be a lot less stressful if we use the tools we're given at any given time. The city of Gresham is, like many other cities and states, is big into Microsoft 360. We bought the Microsoft platform, but nobody was utilizing Teams. Nobody was utilizing digital signatures, cloud-based files, where those things, once they got the hang of it, it was more of a, I'm scared of the unknown. And so what we did was we just test piloted some of those. We put stuff on SharePoint. We developed teams on Teams. And through that, we developed some standard guidelines, some operating procedures for the police department to be able what we can put on that kind of platform, what we cannot. And we were able to transition a lot of our processes to be shared so that we have version control. We had a lot more free resources, which then freed a lot of our staff from the headache or the frustration of the old paper and pencil, and that gave them a little bit more excitement on the other possibilities that would be coming down with technology. And it also freed up a lot more room to be able for them to explore or do other tasks and be more supportive to the community, more supportive to the police department, because they didn't have the need to print paper, take it to somebody, track a signature down. It was all done in the ease and the trackability and the transparency of a digital format.
Okay, I want to follow up with that question. And you sort of answered it, but maybe this will give you an opportunity to define it.
Okay.
How did these outcomes improve your organization or the community?
I think both of those implementations improved morale, baseline, because it eliminated a lot of frustration. It eliminated the complaining at your desk about doing the same thing over and over again. But with that, on an operations leadership role, it freed up a lot of human resources. It freed up my human capital so that I had people available to do other jobs that were more employee intensive. Like, I need an actual person to do this. And now that they weren't tracking down signatures, they had the time to take on some tasks that maybe were put on the back burner because we just didn't have time or didn't have the resources to allocate to some of that stuff. So not only did it morale boost, it freed up capital, human error, and then obviously on a budgetary line, if I don't have to hire additional staff to cover for additional duties, then it saved me money on the bottom line.
Thank you.
Okay, question 3. I'm Commissioner Hyde. Fiscal management and innovation. Did she say just a minute?
Sorry.
You good? Okay. Please describe your experience with developing and managing complex municipal budgets, even in tough financial times.
I wish I could say we're not always in tough financial times. One day when somebody's going to ask me that question, it's going to be, we have a surplus. It hasn't happened yet, but shortly. So I've had the benefit and the luxury of dealing not only with small municipal budgets when I worked for the city of Miles City, which is only a couple million, and so I got intimately involved in the budget process, which led to some ease and frustration when I was doing not only department budgets for North Carolina, but then division budgets for the state of Montana. And so you kind of just learn those frustration ropes. I think I equate budget development to kind of painting your kitchen. It's all about the prep work. It's all about making sure you're having the conversations with your department heads, with the frontline workers, making sure they have accurate depictions of their long and short-term goals. What is it actually going to cost me? And being able to capture those in a methodical format so that if it's not something I can get on the budget this year, it's something we have forecasted for next year. It's something that we're building into the budget. I think the other thing that needs to be brought into the picture of when you're doing budgetary constraints and working with limited resources is being able to work functionally in building up to those big picture items. You know, you can't go in and buy the $5 million infrastructure that you need today, but chiseling away at it one piece at a time makes that 5-year goal very achievable as long as you're able to explain it. So what we need and being able to put those wheels in motion is some of the conversation that you need to have with those budgetary development meetings or caucuses, if you will.
Okay, follow up to that. What financial strategies or tools have you successfully used to increase efficiency, ensure sustainability, or adapt to economic fluctuations?
I think when I get my executive and project management hat on, I want to be able to streamline and use as much technology as I can to maintain cost constraints, accountability, and documentation, where we're at percentage-wise, where we're at in the fiscal year, and being able to compare all of that with the ease of technology versus somebody doing the big green accounting sheets that I have also seen in some of my budgetary meetings. So I think being able to put into practice and rely heavily on non-human error platforms eases the transition and also allows you to recreate those budgets. Budgets are not easily developed longhand. And so being able to, when you're doing budget development and then you're having meetings and recreating and redeveloping, that you're able to refresh those budgets in a timely manner versus, it takes a week to do it and then another week to do it. You need to have more of a real-time approach so that when things happen, that you can predict those and you can see the impact here and now versus making a decision and then realizing the impact.
Thank you.
I have the fourth question, which is governance. Okay. How would you describe your leadership philosophy, particularly in working with a board and/or commission?
So I think my philosophy, and I think most people that work in public service have a servant philosophy. I'm here to help the community. I'm here because I want to make it a better place for everyone to live and work. Ultimately, that's my goal. I've had the extreme pleasure of being in Churchill County for the last couple days, meeting people in the community, because although this is a very exciting position for me, and I would love to be able to join the successful team, being personally vested in the community is very important to me as well. If that doesn't align with my personal goals, then I can be the best county manager you've ever seen, but it's not going to do any justice if I'm not the one championing the community in my personal life. So I think that's my philosophy going forward.
A follow-up question to that is, share an example of conflict or difference in direction with a member of a board or commission, and how did you navigate that situation?
So I think holding space to have those conversations is very, very important, especially in small rural government. Knowing that you have a group around you that is able to voice their concerns from a different lens, from a different perspective, from a different set of experiences is very important, because I think that leads you to a more diverse and impactful decision. It also tends to leave no blind spots. I don't know about you guys, but I don't like walking into a room where I'm going to get popped with information that everybody else knew that I didn't, and I should have been one of 2 or 3 people to know that information first. And so if you have a team that is able to speak freely about that, that means wonders. We all want to be around people that make us better, and I feel like people that are open to having those tough conversations or challenging those thoughts is who I want to surround myself with as a leadership team. In the same vein, after those conversations are done and different opinions are expressed, we all walk out of that room unified. There's no playing one side against the other or going out and not being a champion for the cause. We have made the decision unified. We can't please everybody every single time, but we can all be in this together and making the best decision for Churchill County, regardless of if that was your first thought or maybe the decision of the group.
Thank you.
Question number 5, the topic is leadership style. How would you describe your management style working with multiple departments with different objectives?
I lean very heavily on a supportive or a coaching style. First and foremost, everybody needs to be treated with respect, and that the inclination of the intentions of our workers are always good. People have bad days. We're all allowed them. But I have to believe at the core of our being, we all are intending to do the right thing. As you can see from my experience, I've had the honor of just having some great mentors and supervisors that have latched on to my passion and drive. And some of the positions that I have held were just because I was open and willing to try new things. And I had mentors and coaches that were willing to take a risk. And it's worked out very, very well for me. So I try to do the same for the people that I work with and work for me. If you have a passion to do something, why wouldn't I foster that? Why wouldn't I try to the best of my ability to make you want to come to work every single day? And what I've previously spoke about open, availability of their time by maybe implementing some technology. I currently have a tech who is an ace at PowerPoint. She just, for whatever reason, she loves it. She thinks it's the next best thing. And all she wants to do is create PowerPoints. I have streamlined our timesheets, and she now has offered to do all of my PowerPoints. They're very consistent. They're very methodical. She's developed a template. And I can see the drive in her going exponentially up because she has found something that she has now fostered that she owns and she enjoys. She not only does her regular job very, very well, but fostering that excitement has led her to a newfound, investment in the group, showing some interest from myself that that's where she wants to be.
I have a follow-up
Sure.
to that question. Share an example of a conflict or difference in direction with a subordinate in a leadership position. How did you handle the situation?
In my past role in Montana State, with the Montana Division of State Hospitals, we try very hard as a division or as the leadership team to be as transparent as we can with all the information we have. But sometimes there is sensitive information that just cannot be distributed to the masses. For whatever reason, decisions, governing bodies, we're testifying with the legislature. It's just a decision that was made above us, quite frankly. And so being able to have the conversation to say, I hear you and I see what you're trying to tell me and you're disgruntled or frustrated with whatever decision is, acknowledging it, not feeding in it, but acknowledging that we as a group, this is what's going to benefit the citizens that we're serving, and we can't diverge from that mission. And so being able to articulate and kind of bring them back to their focus has been a real key thing in us getting over those discussions and recentering their mission and their focus on for that particular instance, these are the patients, this is what we're serving, this is the betterment, and we can't look around from that.
Thank you.
Okay, question 6. recruitment and leadership. Northern Nevada is a growing area, and the competition for recruiting qualified individuals is stiff. What challenges do you see to recruiting high-quality candidates to the county, and how do you propose to continue acquiring top-quality talent?
I think everybody's fighting for top quality talent. It's just, we all want to work with the best and we all want to be the best. And that's not something we should waver on. I think for rural areas, your best advertisement are your workers, the people that already work here, the people that are already in your community that you're engaging with. Those are going to be the people that sell working for the county or living in Fallon and in Churchill County specifically to others. I didn't meet anybody in the last couple days that was like, don't take this job, don't move here. And so that speaks volumes to me. But I also think as a hiring board, as hiring managers, we need to be very transparent and deliberate in our delivery of what we want and what we need. Trying to get top quality talent by not expressing what we actually want and need is a disjustice to all of us. We need to make sure that they know what they're getting into. They know that Costco is 70 miles away. They need to know that there is no, plethora of restaurants or mainstream box stores. That's what Churchill County and Fallon chooses, and that's what we want. But that's not what everybody wants when they take a job. So being as honest and transparent with the candidates is, I think, first and foremost. And addressing those and getting top quality talent, you need to hire top quality talent to work with top quality talent. People want to work with people that are really good. Nobody wants to work at a county that is mediocre or doesn't have rave reviews. And that starts one person by one person. One person's really passionate and excited about working at Churchill County, and they get somebody else excited. And so I think that's where you build that, and just really gaining the traction to hire top quality talent. It does take some time, but well worth it in the end. You get longevity, you get people that are excited about coming here, excited about living here, and aren't going to be that constant transition of, I didn't know what I was getting, I didn't know what I was getting into, and where did I land, right? Like, I didn't know I was in northern Nevada or eastern Montana when I went there. It's a staggering thing to digest if you're not willing to accept it.
Okay, follow up to that. As a small community, sometimes the only reward for a job well done is more work to do. This concentrates job responsibilities and institutional knowledge in a few critical employees. How do you propose to mitigate staff burnout and ensure critical knowledge is maintained across for the next decade?
Addressing staff burnout is a very kind of personalized approach to your team, knowing where they're at and meeting them there. I think every one of us can identify in your thought process who kind of your quote unquote all-star is, the person that volunteers for everything, who's at every meeting, who stays late every night. And you can kind of tell those people when you need to do that check-in, when you need to make sure that they're doing okay with their level of work. I wish I could solve the problem of no good deed goes unpunished with getting more work. But usually those people are the most vested. But I also think those people are the best to document and talk about what they do because they are the most passionate about their position. I have found that documenting SOPs and how you do things just comes down to be very curious. Walking in as the new county manager, walking in as the new administrative services manager at Gresham or any of the other facilities, I always ask, how can I help you do your job? But what do you really do? How do you do it? Tell me all about it. And they're usually more than willing to sit down and explain everything they're doing step by step. And then I just ask them in a way that makes it very fortunate for them when they have time, could you just document that? Because when you're gone one day or you have a family emergency or a family celebration and I need to cover for you, I want to make sure I do it just as good as you do because you're the one that everybody looks to for that expertise. And I have not met someone that would not take advantage of that opportunity to show me everything that they do and kind of toot their own horn. And from those conversations and those SOPs, we've been able to transition into efficiency conversations about how can step maybe 3, 4, and 5 be consolidated? Or how can I make your job easier? This seems like 20 steps. Let's go through it. And that's a real easy transition to make for a manager or to do some cross-training, is have those conversations of the ripple effect, like how your job affects everybody else down the line, and maybe we can streamline some of that. And also, when they start documenting some of that, it's interesting to see how they develop their own efficiencies. And it's interesting for them to really reevaluate what they've been doing, because we're so often doing it because we have so much to do on our plate, and we don't really take the time to think, how can I do this better? And some of those simple exercises allow those employees to be like, you know what, this would be really easy if I had X, Y, Z. And some of that sparks some efficiency, some conversations about technology, or how I can support the team to be better in the long run.
Thank you.
I'll have question 7 for you, which is reflective leadership. Looking back on your career, what is one significant situation you would have approached differently if given the chance? Specifically, what did you learn and how has that experience shaped your leadership today?
I think the most significant leadership experience I had was when I took over as CEO of the state-run hospital for the state of Montana. It's in the middle of nowhere, like most psychiatric hospitals. And I landed with, I'm not clinically based, so I was in a realm that was kind of foreign to myself, and we were hitting COVID very hard in the state of Montana. And as a leader, I think we kind of go in with, I want to fix, I want to help, I want to do something action-oriented, I want to make a plan. And I was very humbled by that experience, by landing there, and they just needed me to listen. They didn't need me to do anything. And I learned a very valuable lesson in leadership, that sometimes doing nothing was the best thing that I could do for them. We had psychiatric techs, which are more like CNAs that would do some odds and ends jobs on the units. And like anything, we were short on recruitment and on staffing. And as the administrator, I was the person on call. And I said, I can't give medicine and I can't treat people, but you know what? I can be there to make sure that the staff have breaks, or that you have water, or that I get stuff from the kitchen. So I would routinely pull some of those shifts just to be there, to show them that to the best of my ability, I was doing everything I could to support them and to make sure that they had what they needed that I could offer them in that type of setting. So that was probably my my greatest challenge, and has really shaped my leadership to be reflective of, what do I really need in this situation? It's not necessarily somebody that could do or plan. Sometimes it's just somebody to be there, hear it, and be able to really support them in a different type of way.
Thank you.
Question 8, the topic is intergovernmental and collaborative problem solving. Tell us about your experience working with independently elected officials or outside government entities. Provide a specific example of a complex or controversial issue where collaboration led to a successful resolution.
Well, in all of my past positions, I've had to deal with either a city council, secretary board, the governor's board. So I'm very familiar and intimately involved in how those dynamics work. A specific situation that I think hot topics usually arise from conflicting areas or conflicting lenses that haven't been fully discussed or maybe thought through. So first and foremost, I think with the interactions that I've had with boards and commissions, we've tried to take those topics and align our goals. What is your ultimate goal? A clearly defined problem can really help the conversation. And and then a clearly defined goal. And most of the time, we all want the same goal. We just have different ways of getting around it. We don't see each other's means and measures as complementary to the way that I find my means and measures. So in the past, we've had COVID's a great example of conflicting responses, especially in the healthcare space. What priorities, where we put the priorities, how we implement it, how we sustain it, what we're going to do in the long run. But having those initial conversations to be able to say what's best for our community, where do we want to go, really gave the trajectory of those conversations a positive outcome, because we all knew we wanted the same thing at the end of the day. And we just needed to be able to get there functionally with all the communities or all the policies and procedures we were trying to work around that maybe at the end of the day conflicted or need to be revised, and having a plan of execution to go forward to make sure that we were doing the right thing for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question 9, community engagement and visibility. How do you view the county manager's role in the broader community?
I think the community manager needs to be the biggest cheerleader and champion for the county. Along with that, you are kind of charged with being the facilitator. You are the conduit between what the commission wants, what we're implementing at the county, and how we're delivering those services, and being able to not only receive, but to relay that message and articulate it in a way that is palatable to your community members. Not all community members read the resolutions, or it doesn't make sense, or they're not used to reading stuff like that. And a county manager is that person that should be reachable and have those conversations to reassure, to actively listen to the community and what they want, and bring that back to the commission, and vice versa. The person that is out going to all of the community events, they should be seen. The county manager shouldn't be somebody that is only seen on the county commission meetings, or somebody that's not familiar to the people at, the grocery store, or at your guys' Bark in the Park, or some of the concerts at the 3C Arena. I mean, that's where the county commissioner is going to make the biggest impact and feel the most relatable, the most engaged in your community, and where people feel the trust that is needed in the county manager to be able to have those conversations. And it's not necessarily an appointment here at the county offices that most people are going to engage the county manager at.
Okay, I've got a couple follow-up questions with this. In what ways do you engage residents and ensure their voices are included in the decision-making process?
I think for communities, offering different avenues to express your communication or your opinion is key. Much like people learn in different fashions, people communicate in different fashions. Some people are very comfortable coming into a commission meeting and reading their statement and voicing to the group. Others are not. Others need small community meetings, roundtables, community engagement meetings, or others just need to see the county manager at events and say, hey, do you have 5 seconds? Can I talk to you about this? You need to have several opportunities and avenues so that everybody in the community feels like there is some place that they would feel comfortable having those conversations. Ultimately, you may be able to redirect, if somebody meets you at the park, right, and you're doing something, it's very acceptable to say, hey, this is my time, would you follow up with an email? Maybe we can make an appointment. But they've had that initial interaction where you've actually listened to them and you've actually taken the time to make a point to hear them, will open that door for their comfort level to be able to maybe go further and actually have the conversation in a more formal setting.
Okay. Second follow-up, how would you balance the diverse needs of our community with the limitations of budget and available resources?
I think the priority setting comes from the commission. I took a cursory review at your 186-page master plan. It was very in-depth and very well laid out. So you already have a plan in place. I think leaning on that and staying focused on a plan is very beneficial for your community to trust and rely on the commission and the leadership to have an active approach going forward. There was a lot of time and effort spent on that master plan, and it should be executed, reviewed, revised if needed. But that gives the community a sense of trust and a sense of predictability in terms of where we're going and where we're trying to be. We may not get there tomorrow. Maybe the goals don't happen within maybe that specific time frame, but we have some guardrails and we have the stability that they need to be able to predict where we're going.
Thank you.
I have your 10th question, which is crisis management. Please describe a time when you led your organization through a crisis.
I think as leaders, we define crisis as the big moments that we all deal with and what kind of takes extra time and presentation or maybe a change in philosophy. Working in public safety currently and with the healthcare system in my prior agencies, I really have to recenter my thought process to every day that I'm working with that community member, that's their crisis moment. If they're talking to me about their family member that's in the state hospital or they are dealing with the police department, that is their crisis moment. So being effective to the day-to-day operations, although sounds mundane, it is helping me with my community with their crisis management. It's their reassurance in their community and their government that I can handle your crisis and I have a procedure or a policy or maybe some historical context to be able to receive your information, listen, and approach it in a methodical, predictable way. I think crisis management, for me, probably was dealing with COVID just because I went into healthcare space right when COVID kicked off. And that took a real steep learning curve for anybody that had to deal with it, from policies to procurement to contracting. I think that touched every aspect of business operations that we took for granted that was in place, and it really wasn't. It wasn't in a place where we could easily adapt or pivot to help all the citizens, particularly because I was working in healthcare facilities. Every day or every hour that we weren't doing something and we weren't managing that crisis, we had patients we had life-altering situations that were happening. We had acuity that was adjusting. And that was kind of a staggering realization to have. And the sense of urgency just exponentially went up. But I think every day we're dealing with a crisis for that community member, and acknowledging that and dealing with the sense of urgency how we should handle everything we do with.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm going to take a drink first.
Question number 11. The topic is economic development. What is your philosophy on the county government's role in the economic development process?
I think the county's role is setting us up for success. Being able to manage growth effectively, being able to have infrastructure, policy, guardrails in place, knowing what our community wants and our appetite for that economic development is crucial. So you can plan around that. And then being able to just facilitate the success of the businesses that we want to attract. If it's something that Churchill County wants and desires, making sure that we have streamlined processes. We can at least explain permitting and we can explain the paperwork that we're having them do is key to making sure that we don't frustrate our partners right out of the gate. So maybe setting them up with a liaison, making those formats digital, a platform where they can be engaged, different creative solutions to make it seem like we are user-friendly and we're not obstinate to the development, I think are the key roles for the county to make sure that we are successful in driving the economic development that we want.
have a follow-up.
Sure.
What specific offerings or strategies should the county consider to attract new development and industry to the area?
I think the one that comes first and foremost are, incentives to businesses that we can offer to make it more attractive to come to Churchill County. Not only for bigger businesses, but for local businesses as well, right? If people want to start a business or want to grow their business, making it more attractive for our locals to expand or to take that entrepreneurship to the next level, and making sure that we are there to support that. Being able to be a destination for whatever Churchill County decides that we want to be, between green energy, or any of the other avenues of development, along with our partnering counties, making sure that we're complementing each other. We're not competing for each other. And that comes with some networking, some alignment of goals, some collaboration, partnership that sometimes is hard to get. But I think for the betterment of the area, not just our county, but all the counties surrounding us, and keeping our way of life, keeping what we want near and dear to our heart, we need those partnerships to be solid so that moving forward, we're unified.
Thank you.
Question 12. Churchill County has large areas of federal land and limited quantities of water. What is your experience dealing with limited natural resources and cooperating with federal partners?
I think that in my experience, what I have done that would equate to working with federal partners to that extent would be when I was working on Fort Liberty now, Fort Bragg, back when I was there, doing construction and project management for them. I started as just a submittal clerk and learning all about the federal land laws and what we had to do in terms of preservation and conservation and those things. And I think that's just knowing who your partners are, being able to research things. Although we have issues with water, making sure that we have a voice at the table and that we are responsible with that voice and use our partnerships to the best of Churchill County's ability, and where our concerns go is, I think, part of what the commission and the county manager need to be able to vocalize. The worst thing we could do is let those kind of policies, procedures, or legislation go without us expressing how that's going to impact our county. And I think that the knowledge and setting yourself up for success with surrounding yourself with the SMEs and the government connections that would allow for that voice to be heard is probably crucial.
Thank you.
I have question 13 for you, which is state and federal policymaking. What is your experience working with state or federal legislators to benefit your community and/or organization?
I think that's unfortunately, working with legislatures. For the state of Montana and the state of North Carolina, I've had the honor of testifying before legislatures and committees to try to get not only budget allocations, recruitment packages, retention bonuses passed. And so being able to understand the point of view of the legislatures, what competing interests they have, not only the legislatures, but the committee members from different avenues, from different areas of the state, and how you can play to those strengths, how maybe you can complement other things that they're doing, be able to tie it into the overarching picture, or how what you're asking for is so beneficial that they just can't turn it down. It's just going to make such an impact that they can't turn it down. I think one of the biggest, you asked for an example, correct?
It's a follow-up, so that works,
okay.
yes.
I thought you were, everybody's been asking for an example. So I think the most relevant one would be a retention recruitment bonus for the state of Montana. We had a hard time doing anything with nurses, psych techs, and all the medical professionals, all the clinically based, from social workers to caseworkers. So we started doing data points. We collected data. We collected HR data from who was applying, who we were getting, and we were able to justify that to the legislature in cost per person, cost per hour, because we couldn't let those services go. So we were still filling those positions with contracted labor. We were hiring traveling nurses. We were hiring locums, for XYZ dollars. So being able to equate and justify the ask that we had for retention bonuses, for relocation allotment, for referral bonuses for current employees, and how that would turn into a financial gain, an investment gain, right? If I can get people to actually become a state of Montana employee versus a contractor, their investment in the success of that facility is much more than hiring a nurse that's going to work my 13 weeks and move on. And so being able to convey that in data points is also very beneficial. I know that in government, local, state, whatever venue, we're very passionate about what we want and what we need. And as a leader, as an mainly analytical person, I need to be able to justify that in actuals versus how I feel about it. And I know sometimes that's hard to do, but in order for us to get the message across, we have to have those I need and the justification behind it, not I feel. And so we started doing some of that, which led to a very successful retention and recruitment program. Montana, much like Nevada, is just hard to sell, but we did turn some of those people into long-term employees, cut down on our contract spending, and which subsequently gave a boost in morale because people that were actually vested in the community and worked there and had generational employment were very excited about us bringing actual employees back to the facility instead of the hired traveler nurses or traveling staff that we had been depending on for so many years.
Thank you.
Question 14, the topic is vision. What are the most significant challenges you see for Churchill County in the next 5 to 10 years?
From reading the master plan, from communicating with some constituents in the community, I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be effectively managing the growth for the next 5 or 10 years. I think the master plan is a very, very good outline on infrastructure and the intent and the commitment of the commission and the county on what they want to do. I think it's just putting that into place and putting that into practice that will give some reassurance to the community. But I think that those challenges are not lost or just on Churchill County. I think that's everywhere, is being able to develop the infrastructure, the guardrails, and the aligned vision on where we want to go and being able to work towards that and being very intentional in those decisions and always realigning decisions that the commission makes, the decision that we're working with the city partners, that it's always kind of funneling back to that common purpose and master plan so that we're not straying too far away from that while, doing the crisis du jour. So really focusing our energy and our efforts towards the long-term goals.
And a follow-up on that is, what is your vision for Churchill County for the next 5 to 10 years?
My vision would be to retain the community engagement and community excitement for Churchill County while being able to make deliberate decisions for expansion where we can and where we want to. I have heard nothing but great things about the 3C Arena and all of the community events that are happening and those that bring the tourism to the county for the events that the county holds near and dear. The county is going to love. I went to the visitor center and got a whole pamphlet on everything, and it was just staggering the amount of community involvement and community excitement that you guys have, and playing on that, and being able to reinstill the trust and support. So when the commission comes maybe to the community with a little bit of a creative idea, that they're willing and putting their trust in the commission to say, the commission does so much and so aligned on everything else. They wouldn't push us astray on this one little thing. And I think that's how you're able to get that long-term success, is those little wins, those quick wins, and just the constant reassurance that the commission is doing everything that they can to facilitate the growth where needed and keep the charm and the engagement and the community exactly where they want to be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That completes our list of questions. What questions do you have for us?
Sure. Let me reference my section here. So after looking at the master plan and what is on the website, what does the commission view as success for this role? Or how would you measure it?
I would measure it with solid, see how to word that. Taking good direction from the board and our goals and visions for the community. Always listening to the citizens of the community, engaging with the community, making this the absolute best place to work, self-promoting, taking care of the little things every day makes the big things never show up. And just being proactive and communication. I could say the word communication 500 times. I'll stop there and let the other gentleman speak.
I think for me, I said this earlier, but for me, it's about having passion for Churchill County. I mean, it's an easy job, and I think that's why we're all up here. It's a very, very easy job when you care about where you live, what you want it to look like, the future of it. And so having passion for Churchill County is definitely a part of that success and what I look for personally. And I would echo what Commissioner Blakey said as well. All those things come easy if you care and you take the time to do the small things, get to know people, like you said. It's a very, very close, tight-knit community. And so just talking to constituents, talking to locals and stuff like that, you get an idea of which direction you need to go and if you're on the path towards success. If you do something wrong, you'll hear about it. If you do something right, you'll hear about it. And so it's a pretty straightforward thing for me.
I'll adopt what my fellow commissioners said. We're pretty aligned. And I would say honesty and transparency in the communication that we have, and making sure that we have the information to make the best decision that we can make. Withholding information or omitting information, whatever you want to call it, will just destroy trust. So as far as moving forward, I like that you've visited our master plan, and I think it does lay out a great blueprint on what we want, and I would just say refer to that. Thank you.
I have,
You have
two more.
several? Okay.
Okay, sorry. I've had, like I've said, I've had the pleasure of being here for a couple days, and I've heard nothing but great things, and I hope that this commission has the same. But what's the biggest challenge that maybe I didn't hear about while I was asking people what they love, what they don't? I didn't have great challenges, but I'd like to hear your opinion on that.
In what aspect?
Whichever
Like
you
community
choose.
aspect, or like challenges actually for us, or?
I would defer to whichever you want to answer.
So I think one of the big ones for me personally is that I think Montana is maybe a little bit similar to Nevada, where you have Washoe County, Reno, and Clark County, Las Vegas, and all the rurals just get left behind. And so whether that be during our state legislative cycle, we get left behind constantly. Another big challenge is that I think Nevada gets treated like a colony a lot of times. And so like we stated in one of our questions, we have a lot of land that's federally owned. And there's a lot of export of resources, whatever it might be, and not a lot of return from the people that take those resources and stuff like that. So those are some challenges that I see personally.
I would, go to, I'm going to adopt their comments because we always talk about these things in public meeting. But I would say that one of our challenges, and I like to use the term available housing, because we don't really control affordable housing, and I don't even know what affordable means anymore. We can streamline the processes that we have control over, but we are not developers. So the only way we can bring developers in is streamline the processes we have, in which we're currently working on. And that's one concern that we have. We're going to have growth, and where are we going to put these people? That's one concern. I'll save something for Eric. I have more on my mind, but
We all have challenges. Every county has challenges, every state, every city. They've stated some of the challenges. Some of the challenges that we have is the attraction for business and industry. We're just off the beaten path, just enough to not make it convenient. So it's very frustrating to attract people. And then some of the community, we're a rural community, and some of the members of the community give us great pushback sometimes. And so trying to fit that together to make that work is always a great challenge, to achieve that. And then, of course, we probably can't attract a whole lot if we don't deal with the housing, as Mr. Commissioner Hyde has spoken. So that comes hand in hand. And then we do have a great attraction here locally, the C3 Arena. But our numbers, the pass-through, the restaurants, the big box stores, we're just not big enough, and we just don't have the daily numbers to produce, investors to do that. So that's a struggle we have to figure out a way during our time to, how can we get those investors here to invest in our community, to make it get over that little hump. Absolutely. So that's some of the major challenges I see here.
And last but not least, is there anything on my resume and the answers I've given today that would lead you to any hesitation on me being able to excel or add to the success of the team, or that I can clarify for you before ending this interview?
I personally don't have any questions or any answers to that question. I'm satisfied with the information that you did provide.
And just to let you know, the project management certificate that's in there is expired, but it has been renewed, and I could provide an updated one if so needed from the commission. So.
I did have one thing, and I guess it's not really a con or anything like that. I was trying to come up with how I wanted to phrase it. But a lot of your work experience, and this is just something that popped into my head, a lot of the work experience is I wrote down focused management. I don't know if that makes sense exactly. You know, county manager is a very, very, I don't want to say broad position, but you have your fingers, your hat, you have a lot of different hats that you have to wear. And your work experience was focused, but I really don't see that as a hindrance. But that was one thing that did pop into my head.
And just for clarification, I think you guys touched on it on one of your questions. If you're really good at what you do, you always get more. So although those are focused on quote unquote the positions I have held, I have done everything under the sun under those divisions, because when you are the leader in those roles, you cover for everyone. You have to know what everyone's doing. I try to keep those resumes as short and concise as you can, but we all know that in small government, we're all kind of the jacks of all trades, master of some, and leaning on others for expertise on others.
Great response.
I didn't see any red flags.
Okay.
You're good.
I just
Thank
always
you.
like to clarify that there's lingering questions. I might as well answer them while I'm still up here. I appreciate the time and attention and the process. It's been wonderful getting to know everyone that has touched the process along the way. You have some real rock stars in this group, and I just want to congratulate you guys on all that. Everybody has been absolutely amazing. So,
Well, we would like to thank you for taking the time to meet with us, and we'll be making a decision soon, and we will reach out to you once the decision's made. Thanks again.
Does anyone need a minute to kind of gather your thoughts or anything like that, or would you like to jump straight to our slotted time of 3:15 for deliberation, review of written assessments, and selection of one or more candidates to whom to make an offer or negotiate employment conditions with?
I don't know if we need to wait till 3:15, if people are going to wait till 3:15 to get online to hear us deliberate.
I guess two things. One, I'm going to recommend 3:15. I believe you could go early, but
Okay.
and for public purposes. And then the second is, if you have a moment, I'd like to talk to you about a litigation matter. So
Go ahead with that
We
right
can
now,
go ahead
Joe, and you can
and do there.
take some of that time. Okay, we'll go ahead and resume this meeting, and with that, I'll turn it over to ADA Joe Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joe Sanford for the record. At this point in time, you have the opportunity to deliberate. I believe you've already reviewed, but review any of the written assessments that were provided and select one or more of the candidates to make an offer to or negotiate employment conditions. My recommendation is that you have your top candidate as well as an alternate. That provides an opportunity in case one of the candidates ultimately rejects your offer, that you don't have to come back for a second meeting, but that is ultimately your discretion. Your options today, your first, if you do choose to make a selection of a candidate and offer, you can direct staff, for example, the HR, or the county manager or myself to negotiate those conditions of employment and come back to you in a meeting next week to make a final offer and acceptance of those conditions. Alternatively, you can reject all of the candidates that have been presented and open recruitment again. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Any questions or comments from board or staff? I'm personally leaning towards selecting a candidate and an alternate today. I think if we don't, we're going against the process that we approved, that we voted on, and we have faith in and trust in. So that's my personal opinion. Open to other opinions.
I think the process brought us 4 qualified candidates. Unfortunately, the process didn't allow us to see all of them, but that's the process we chose. So I'm good moving forward.
The commission voted on this process, therefore I'm prepared to recommend employment to one person with an alternate.
Okay, so we're all on the same page, so I guess we'll move to deliberation, review of the written assessments that they gave us. I don't know who wants to kick it off or if we're going about this the right way, but I'll just open it up to open mic for anyone that wants to voice anything.
Mr. Chair, if it may be helpful, the packet did include a ranking sheet in there for your convenience, for you to present, or provided you for that option. If you'd like to fill that out, you can provide them to me. I can then give you an average so that to get the process started. Alternatively, you can just deliberate as you'd like.
If you guys want, do you guys want to do that? Fill these out, we'll give them to Joe, and we'll kind of get an average ranking of where we're at and see where we come to. Okay.
One is the highest.
Yes, I would rank them 1 as the highest, 4 as the lowest. All right, thank you, Commissioners. I have created averages. I'll just go through them in the order that they were interviewed. Peter Jankowski was averaged at 3.66. Leif Steinpaw at 3.33. Chris Spross at 1.33. Jennifer Savage at 1.66.
Okay, with that, do we want to discuss any of this? I mean, so basically we have Chris as number one, Jennifer as 2, and Leif as 3. Correct, Joe? I'm interpreting those numbers right?
That is correct.
Okay. So we'll open it up to discussion. Seems like difference between 1 and 2 are pretty close, and then the other 2 are there. So I think we have our 1 and 2 candidate. We just need to decide who's going to be the 1 and who's going to be the alternate.
Would
Go ahead.
would the average speak for itself?
In my opinion, it does. I really don't care if you guys know how I ranked them. My number 1 was Chris. I mean, you're here. I don't mean to talk as if you're not here. But those 2 are so close. Chris definitely has the upper hand because he's in the county. He's currently involved with what's going on, and that's what I'm looking for. But your resume was impeccable. Your interviewing is impeccable. It's just that he's got that one little thing where he knows what's going on and what we have planned for this county. So that's kind of where I stand. Again, very, very close. I actually changed some things around and stuff like that, and that's where I sit personally.
It was super close for me as well. One thing I loved is I could tell you did your homework, and you referred to the master plan several times. And I wish we had 2 positions, because that was a tough decision. And I've only known Chris for 5 months, don't have a super personal relationship with him. He actually shocked me with my concern was with the leadership part. So he shocked me with his interview and what he had to say about that. There's no doubt both of you can meet the expectations that I have. So that's where I will leave it. I do agree the numbers kind of speak for themselves, but it was so close. I'm surprised, not surprised everybody sat through the same interviews and they were all right how I placed them. So yeah, I'm fine moving forward. If the rest of the commissioners, Eric, do you have anything?
I think we provided an interview for each candidate. They fulfilled that obligation. We were provided with all the information that we needed to make the correct decision. And I think I'll let the numbers stand where they stay, or let the numbers stand for themselves. I don't think at this point anything would change.
Okay, is there any public comment on this agenda item? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
First of all, I'd like to, before we have a motion, sorry, I should have thought about this. In that motion, I think we need to include who's going to negotiate with the candidates, what the process is if candidate 1 steps out and then candidate 2 steps in. So I think we need to think about that for a second. I would like to have in my opinion, the negotiations be between the Human Resources Department and the DA's office only, and just let them handle it and come back to us with a agreed negotiation. An agreement for employment negotiated within the parameters that they think are acceptable to us. Anyone have any questions there or comments?
I do have a question how that process works. Do you negotiate with both the selected candidate and the alternate candidate to get a,
So
Or would you
typically,
do
yes,
one-
we would typically start with the selected candidate and prepare a negotiation, determine, whether the, I guess, a suggested step in range were acceptable, whether there were any additional requirements that the selected candidate was going to place that would be either outside the norm of the county and outside of our standard county code options. If they either chose not to accept the position or put, I guess, conditions that seemed unlikely to be acceptable to the board, we would also negotiate with the alternate candidate to provide that option to the board, so that you wouldn't be in a situation where if the first candidate's negotiation was abnormally high, say, I'll only accept step 13 of the range with paid dependent coverage and things like that, that is outside of our standard, that we would then have to go back and renegotiate at the next meeting. So we will negotiate with both parties just to make sure that we're covered. I mean, if that's the board's direction. Obviously, if you don't want me to, I won't. I mean, HR is here. She's going to take your direction, so.
Did that answer your question, Matt?
yeah.
Okay.
And I concur with Commissioner Blakely.
Completely agree, so you want to turn that into a motion?
I can, yeah, I can try it, unless you guys want to. I don't care. It's a moot point.
I will move to approve Christian Spross as the selected candidate for county manager with Miss Jennifer Savage as the alternate, and direct the human resources manager and the DA to go into negotiations contractually for that position.
He said the word HR manager. Do we need to strike that from the record, or is she the manager?
No, she is HR manager. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, motion carries.
And then, do we need to set a time for the next meeting?
Yes, if you have a time that you would like to have that next meeting, that would give us an idea that when negotiations have to be done. And so today is Wednesday. The first possible posting would be tomorrow morning. I'd suggest probably Friday morning is the most reasonable. And that would give us Wednesday of next week is the earliest. Any day after that is also available.
If we're talking about next week, I'm unavailable Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I could do Thursday, Friday of next week.
My whole week's clear, so whatever works for you guys.
Let's, let's do Thursday, the 12th.
Thursday, morning, afternoon, or evening?
I pick the day, so you pick the time.
If I can pick the time, let's do an 8 o'clock. Go for it. My schedule's free. Go for it.
I'm busy until 8:30. I just seen my appointment on my phone.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, give us some times on that. That's actually a better idea.
Can we just do Friday morning at 10 o'clock, or at 8 o'clock? 8:15 or?
Let's see what they say for room availability.
We have a department head meeting in here on Wednesday.
I think we're looking at Thursday because Eric will be gone
Thursday.
Wednesday.
At what time?
9 o'clock?
That should work because it won't be a long meeting, correct?
It'll be a short meeting.
And hopefully we're available in our office. I don't have our calendar.
You won't be here, Sherry? Oh, okay.
We do it in the afternoon on Wednesday. I just have an issue on Wednesday morning, I don't know that I can get out. If we did Wednesday afternoon, I don't know.
Okay, the 11th in the afternoon.
Pam, can you check the schedule for the 11th in the afternoon? Any time preference?
Whatever we can do to help out the comptroller.
I think we're open to the afternoon on any time on Wednesday, probably like a 3:30. Probably
Well,
the
that's
best.
moving into the time when planning comes in here to set up for their meeting, so,
2?
sure.
Okay, 2 Wednesday, the 11th. Okay, so everyone's got it marked down. Joe, do I need a motion for that?
No, we will just set it for that date.
Okay, so that date's been set. Is there anything else anyone wants to discuss?
I would just like to thank all the candidates again. It's a terrible process in Nevada. I apologize for the process. It's just as terrible for us. But I really thank you for sticking it through, and they all did a great job with this process. It's not easy, and I appreciate you all going through the process.
Anything else anyone wants to add?
I'd just like to say thank you to all the candidates and anyone who put in an application. Please do not forget us if we have positions in the future to please consider. Thank you.
I'm beating a dead horse, but thank you. We appreciate it. Okay, with that, this is our last time for public comment. Is there any public comment? Noting no public comment, we stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.